Stop. Rafi z tą dziką pozycją! Zobacz, co on wyprawia na backlinie! Forsaken! Antonio, on niekryty! Zdoła pierwszą eliminację i to będzie multi-kill!
Smoka bezpieczne i jeszcze wezmą im w dodatku toplanera.
Idzie tutaj do wina.
And welcome everybody once again. It's me and Solari, the duo you chose for today's broadcast. Actually, you didn't choose anything. We just decided that it will be nice to cast some games.
Yeah, you have no say in who's casting the games for you. Sorry, it might be us, it might be some other faces you don't even know. Well, it's always a mystery who's going to be on the broadcast. But today it's us, so you got to stick with us. So welcome. It promises to be a fun day, isn't it, Majutek?
Yeah, actually, just looking at yesterday games, not going so far to the past, we had some interesting games, and Ultraliga keeps providing us more and more emotions, more and more esports at the best level in Europe, I shall say. We shall see on the Mia Masters, but I'm pretty confident that we are the best. So, what do we have for today? Can we please look at the schedule and discuss what might and might not happen? Today we are going to kick off with Zero Tenacity facing devils.one, then Forsaken against Gripchocraft, Orbit Anonymo and Lodis. That's the match number 3, and we are going to end the broadcast with Iron Wolves and back to the game.
I gotta say, today all the matches look a little bit unpredictable. Like, you kind of could try to bet on some of the outcomes, but I would say it's almost impossible. If you look everywhere, even for example, match number 4 today, where we have Orbit and Anonymo playing, and they're 1-4 right now. So you might say, it's easy, they're going to lose. They might actually not, because they're playing against Matty USA LODIS, who are also feeling a little bit shaky, which is, of course, understandable since it is their first split in the first division. But they aren't feeling that great. That is the fact. They are 2-3 right now, which means for Orbit Anonymo, for example, this match could be the start of the climb. And that is true for every single one that we have today.
I mean, just the match number 3. I mean, Orbit Anonymo yesterday presented us with Soraka on the bot lane, and we had
I missed it. No!
We had Harpoon on the interview, and he actually said us, hey, this could work. I mean, first picking Leona, then following up with Soraka kind of messes up the draft, but it could work in some scenarios. They just didn't play as good as they should, and hey, they faced Zero Tenacity yesterday. So it wasn't the derbies from the previous season. It was just a pretty easy game for the side of Zero Tenacity. But Matty USA LODIS, they are indeed unpredictable. I mean, losing the first match of the split, Yeah, kinda. I mean, it's your first match. You are stressed at some point. Then beating back to the game out of nowhere. Then
Mhm.
losing some games, but once again winning yesterday against Iron Wolves in such a manner. I mean, they lost only one player at the end at the destruction of the Nexus. It was almost perfect of a game. I don't know. I probably went for Matty USA LODIS in my predictions, but as you just said, it could go very, very different way.
I don't remember who I went for. Now, I'm a little bit confused and I might need to check my own predictions because you know how it goes. I never remember what I predicted, even if it could have been like, I don't know, a couple of
At
hours
least
ago.
you are posting some predictions, but the other casters are not.
Am I?
I do believe that you are typing in something in our
Oh, yeah.
spreadsheet,
Yeah,
and
unlike some people, I actually
um,
am making my own predictions, okay?
yeah, that's what I meant. Also, we are today having the match between Back to the Game and Iron Wolves. In normal scenario, we would see Back to the Game winning easily over Iron Wolves, but you never know with the pack of wolves what could they
Yeah.
cook. Yesterday, they took a huge, huge hit. That was a devastating loss. So maybe today is a day to take a revenge.
I mean, this is the team that won against devils.one, who are sitting quite comfortably above them in the scoreboard. So you can't really predict, as you said, what wolves we're going to be facing on each and every day. I would say, though, that in this match, it's not about wolves that much. It's about back to the game, and back to the game have been having an incredible split so far. They have only lost 2 games, which is not much considering that we're still in the very beginning of the split, but we're slowly but surely approaching the moment when we are going to go into the second part of the double round robin, and everybody's going to start meeting everybody again for the second time throughout the split. And so far, they've been feeling rather well. To be fair, they're sitting on the second spot right now, just judging by the numbers, but the same numbers are telling me that it's 3 teams currently occupying the same spot. So the spot is good, but it's getting a little bit crowded there.
Yeah, but for now, it just feels like Back to the Game lost only one game against Matty USA LODIS because the second one was against Forsaken. And everybody
Yeah.
loses against Forsaken this
So
week.
far, yeah, it is
Far.
incredible. It is definitely not the turn of the events I expected in the beginning of the split because Forsaken do look pretty strong with their upgraded roster. I mean, they have 3 incredible Korean players, and we already had a little showcase of what exactly they're capable of individually, but also as a team. They've shown up incredibly throughout the split, and I am surprised that this is a 5-0 for them, but after witnessing them in action, I gotta say I'm not that surprised anymore.
Yeah, GRP just casually picking Volibear on the top lane, demolishing everybody.
Yeah,
Rav been
yeah.
going deathless for like 2 or 3 games. Bot lane trying to stomp 2v2 everybody. It just feels like, for now at least, the best team in the league. And speaking about Forsaken, they are going to take on Craft today. That's yet another team from the second place currently, which they might lose after this match, or they can strengthen their position on this very, very spot. What are our feelings about Craft and their potential in a match against Forsaken?
I didn't have high hopes about Craft going into this split because of all the changes in the team, the kind of shuffling players a little bit here and there. I didn't know how they would fare against everybody else. But I gotta say, they've shown a lot of growth and they've shown a lot of stability at the same time. So their current second place is really well justified. However, they did lose against Back to the Game yesterday, and I wonder if this loss could have taken a toll onto their mentality. It's only them that can prove it to us or not.
Yeah, and opponent is really, really tough. I mean, we could expect a lot from Craft at this point because, yeah, they had a nice start. Yeah, this team looks all right. Feels like they could achieve many things. But this matchup, it's not like the most important match of the season for them. Yeah, winning there would be huge, not only in terms of points, but in terms of morale. It's like, hey, we are the first one to actually beat Forsaken. But,
Yeah.
in the end, I'm expecting a solid solid league from their side, and even if they lose, I'm expecting them to actually make Forsaken break a sweat for this very
Yeah.
point. So for me, feels like the most one-sided match of today, or maybe Zero Tenacity against devils.one. Maybe this will be more one-sided, as Zero Tenacity has finally woken up. They are finally
Yeah.
playing as intended, as we expected them from the beginning, and devils.one still kind of struggling to find their place in the league.
That is very true. I was expecting that this team is going to be in there somewhat in the middle of the pack, winning against everybody below them, losing against everybody above them. But that is actually not even true because they have lost some games against Wolves, I believe. Let me check. Yes, they have lost a game against Wolves, for example, who are currently sitting below them. And they have won some pretty good games as well. So I am not sure what to make out of them as a team anymore. They seem to me like they should be still in the mid of the pack somewhere, which is why today I think that Zero Tenacity should have an upper hand in this matchup. They are looking very strong. They are looking finally like the Zero Tenacity we're expecting them to be from the very beginning of the split. So that should on paper be an easy match for them.
Yeah, and we could talk for an hour about individual strength of this team, about the whole organization, preparation, background, boot camping, and everything that Zero Tenacity provides to their players. We know for sure that's the strongest, probably the strongest team in the league, or actually was in the spring season. But
Yeah.
the case with devils.one is you never know if they will have the best day in their lives and will just stomp everybody, or will just play mediocre league, just trying to find an opportunity here and there, and then maybe choke in some team fights, or maybe choke the enemies in the team fights. We cannot really know. We don't really know about this. For me, it just feels like Zero Tenacity is a whole level above them, and it would be a surprise. I'm counting for a surprise. I'm counting for the boys from devils.one, but I had predicted Zero Tenacity because I like points in my predictions.
That's what it's all about in the end, right? Oh, where is your I'm gonna vote for the boys, huh? Where is the team
I
spirit, Majutek?
I have like 100% vote ratio for Back to the Game. So there it is. There it is.
That's true. Okay, I'm gonna give you that. Wait, did you predict for them in their match last week versus Forsaken?
Yes, I did.
Oh.
I didn't get that point for some reason, or maybe because they lost. But
I wonder if that's what happened.
I wonder too sometimes.
I mean, who
But hey,
hasn't
these
lost
are
to
these are the
Forsaken so far?
matches. This is our quick analysis about the matches of today. As you mentioned before, we are getting closer to the half of the regular season split, which will mean that the teams will play once again against each other, best of ones, trying to count enough points to be able to get into playoffs. We have mentioned like a week ago or so that we have 4 spots for EMEA Masters. So now the stakes are actually higher for everybody to fight for these spots. And one unlucky team, the worst in the whole year, will be playing in the promotion tournament, but it's not going to be a promotion. It's going to be a fight to
The
keep their
emotion.
place in the
Yeah.
first division, as 3 teams from the second div will be trying to take their place.
And so far, we've had a very successful record for the teams coming from the second division. So I would be really careful if I were any of the teams facing demotion by the end of this season. But actually, if my calculations are correct, we are going into the second round of double round robin next week. Can you imagine? Because we're playing today, we are playing on Tuesday, and then as of next Wednesday, so exactly in a week, we are already starting round 2. Insane. Time flies.
Time flies, and the league is quite short, to be honest. I mean, just
Yeah.
a couple of weeks, and boom! Right now, you are in a position you either win everything to get into the playoffs, or maybe the door is already shut and you cannot get in.
Yeah.
So everybody needs to fight for some points. And as we are looking at the standings, with Forsaken being 5-0, that's a comfortable spot. But then 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, 2-3, 2-3. So basically 5 teams being like 1 point away from each other. It's so tough to predict who's going to make it to the final four in the last moments of the season.
Yeah. Maybe we're going to have the fight that we had a couple of seasons ago with Iron Wolves and Alia Bank team when they both were facing. I believe it was a year ago, actually, in the previous year. They were both facing the very last place in the playoffs and they were fighting for it like lions. And it all came down to the very last additional match that they had between each other. But in the end, it was Alia Bank who were a little bit ahead. So maybe, and I'm kind of hoping we're going to see something like that in this season. Or maybe not. Maybe it's just going to be a nice, easy one. We know already pretty much who most likely is going to be taking the first place. We know who is currently on the last places, and the rest, they're just going to shuffle between each other a little bit, and that's fine.
I mean, for me, tiebreakers are always fun
Yeah.
because you're fighting with direct opponent for this one very spot. It's not like, okay, we are playing last match against Zero Tenacity. We either, play 200% or we lose and we lose the spot. No, we are fighting against this very opponent that's trying to take our spot in the playoffs. So we need to prove that we are actually stronger. Sadly, it's a best of one, so anything could happen. But still, that's a nice addition to the league. So I'm hoping for a tiebreaker. In the second division, we only had it once, I believe. So I would love to see some really, really high level League of Legends in the Ultraliga as in tiebreakers.
There is one more thing that I would like to see in Ultraliga and just in general in League of Legends. It's not happening today because today we are still playing on patch 14.11. But if you've been following social media, then you know that there is the splash art for the new champion that just has been released, and it's Aurora is her name. She's a little bunny girl, rabbit girl, not sure how to correctly. She's a Vestaya, that's all I know. And she looks incredibly cute. I can't wait to see what her kit is gonna look like.
To be honest, I saw an announcement or a splash art or something like that, but I don't know anything about this champion at all. So don't know what to expect. But since the league developers are adding some nice and balanced champions recently, we can expect something really fire from them.
Yeah, I hope it lands somewhere between Xante and Yumi in sense of usefulness and how everybody likes her. But she looks very cute. I have high hopes for her.
All right. I mean, Briar also looked promising and cute and everything, but
True.
just feels like she wasn't strong enough. Or actually, I don't know. Is it the kit? Is it the numbers? Is it the position of herself as a jungler? But she didn't make it to the competitive field. But hey, we made it with draft number 1. devils.one taking on Zero Tenacity. What will happen?
Now, devils.one are on the blue side, so there already are some bounds we can expect from the side of Zero Tenacity. Of course, some of them have to be against Krisha without needle as the first bound. It makes a lot of sense. With Talia bound against both Krisha and Rebo, that also makes quite some sense. I wonder if anything is going to be directing Antonio or Danza or anything from the bot lane, because that is quite an interesting duo there. But actually, no, it is still Krisha. The brand is going to be the last bound from Zero Tenacity, while devils.one go with Rumble, Vi, and Skana. That's a lot of jungle bans right there.
Yeah, a lot of jungle bans from the most impressive ones. I think Kartus is open. Krisha played it a little bit in the season. Maybe it wasn't the best of performances, but still that could happen. But they are going to start with the usual style. I mean, Tristana on the mid lane, nothing too exciting. And Zero Tenacity, pretty much the same. We saw this very opening yesterday. It's Kalista plus Rex.
I wonder if there is any support that devils.one would like to try to snatch away from Zero Tenacity right now, because that is something that is still open. Kalista really relies on her support to be as much of a setter of things for her as possible, so there definitely are some picks that devils.one might try to snatch away right now before they go into more bans. Ashe is going to be an excellent pick, one of those things that go really well with Kalista on the bot lane, so that is a little bit of the breathing room for the bot lane of devils.one now.
Yeah, outranging, slowing constantly threatening after level 6 that the Enchanted Crystal Arrow can go on the onto the Harpoon. I am expecting a support pick, maybe Leona. No, Kofta decides that he wants to play Syndra here in this very matchup against Tristana, most probably, because as a reminder, Tristana can also go to the bot lane, but I don't believe this thing ever happened in the split of Ultraliga.
Unfortunately, no. It is very unlikely for her to go to the bot lane. Too many variables, too many other AD carries that work too well there, so almost she's staying on the mid lane. I quite like the idea for Kofta to go for Syndra as kind of a counter pick. It is not a direct, I believe, counter pick to Tristana, but she fares rather well against her. Tristana doesn't have that much of a kill pressure, and Syndra can maintain safe distance and try even to bully Tristana so that she doesn't outpush the lane constantly.
Yeah, you can output the lane, that's one thing, but the second thing is the mechanic of Scatter the Weak. You can throw back Tristana a little bit, or maybe even stun her to prevent any unwanted trades to happen. That's the most important factor, probably. And plus, in the duo with Rek'Sai, you have a high kill potential because Rek'Sai can actually play around this rocket jump and try to interrupt it in midair, as well as Syndra with the Scatter the Weak. So a lot of potential on the mid lane for Zero Tenacity. Will they add something with also high pressure and high kill potential on the bot side? I don't believe it's going to be severe. It's probably a hover just for a friend. I was thinking more about Leona, but we are going to get a Renekton for top lane for Miller.
So they're keeping their support closed up until the very end of the draft. They already are two really good bans coming out from the side of devils.one. Renata and Rael both are not going to be available for Kalista as a pairing anymore. So something like Leona Nautilus, like both of them are not banned, both of them are not really an option for devils.one to take away anymore. And neither of them will work good for Zero Tenacity overall.
I started thinking about Braum actually, because Tristana and Ashe are both AD carries relying on their auto attacks, and Braum can easily block them, so maybe that's a possibility. Right now, devils.one probably read that idea, just hovering it and trying to decide between the other supports, but no, the mustache man.
Yeah.
That should be it, yeah.
Yeah, I love this little hover of Soraka right there, just, you know, honoring the recent events from yesterday. But yes, Braum in the end making sure it doesn't go into Zero Tenacity's hands and putting it for themselves. They now have a nice engage, they have nice disengage with Braum as well, providing more safety for Ashe, who is not exactly an AD carry who can get out of a tricky situation safely. But that is interesting. We have Thresh Kalista in the bot lane for Zero Tenacity.
And that's really what I like. You know, back in the times when I was playing League on some local LAN events and tournaments, I used to be abusing Kalista plus Thresh, because in my opinion, level 2 is like you basically can't lose. You don't even have to go for a death sentence with flash, with anything. You just need to walk up, you just need to use your flay with empowered auto attacks from this very flay, plus Kalista, you know, landing some spears. It should be pretty easy. Laning against Ashe will be hard because of the range, because of the slows and everything. But in my opinion, Zero Tenacity can easily go out from the lane and just create opportunities in the mid game. Because, actually, one addition to this, devils.one are lacking one thing, and it is the magic damage. Only Maokai provides somewhat of a magic damage, so I don't know how are they planning on breaking through Renekton, through Rek'Sai, and through Thresh.
To be fair, none of these champions are most likely going to go into full tank. Rek'Sai on the top lane could have been an issue for them, but luckily for devils.one, this is the jungle Rek'Sai who doesn't normally go into a full tank situation. So it is something to work around. And maybe Zero Tenacity will not have a good tanky answer, or maybe there is something in the cooking for them. We don't know. We are yet to see. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Summoner's Rift. That is going to be in Polish today, but I hope you all enjoy a little bit of Polish in your lives.
Wasn't it like always in Polish?
No,
Since we are
no.
getting the clean feed from the
No,
Polish.
I gotta
No?
tell you, it has always been in English, and then last week somebody on Twitter requested that it be in Polish. So now we, because of that, are also stuck with the Polish version of the Rift.
I mean, it's fine for me since I'm Polish, but I don't know about other viewers. But hey, hopefully you will understand some pop-ups like pentakill or something like
Yeah. You think it's gonna happen today? Or maybe in this game even?
that. Spawned. I don't know about the pentakill, but minions had definitely spawned. We did we get any pentakill this season? We were close for getting one yesterday, but then Rebo flashed out from the range of Ravbin, I believe, and went under the tower and got executed, and the kill went to somebody else. So we were close to getting a pentakill, but not yet.
Not yet. Maybe today, maybe some other day, but honestly, I would love to see it happening because I don't recall when it was happening the last time. I do remember with Zero Tenacity, they did have some pentakills too, actually, in the previous season. One in the spring split with Noah and one on the summer split with Ice, both of their AD carries, obviously. So maybe they're gonna be the ones to bring us a pentakill with Harpoon today? Or not today, just in this split.
Maybe. We will have to wait a little bit and look and find out. But Krisha is not waiting even a second. He's already going for the blue buff. But everybody from the side of Zero Tenacity is here.
Yeah, and Dancer is gonna get caught in between a rock and a hard place and knock up at the first blood. It is gonna be full Kalista. Now Krisha is flashing away, trying to run away because this situation does not look good anymore. Rebo is still fighting with Kofta, going very aggressively. Gonna get stunned and gonna retreat because, yeah, point taken.
I mean, first team fight happening at the second minute of the game. I wasn't expecting that, surely, but looks like Zero Tenacity were actually expecting that Krisha might be looking for something in their very own jungle. So they tried to punish him, then took the bullet for the jungler, and now we are back to normal with some addition because Harpoon with a first blood after a recall is going to get significantly stronger.
Yes, that's not exactly something I would like to be facing on the lane right now. Even if you're Ashe and Brom, you do have some sort of safety. You have a lot of control. Speaking of control, that's a lot of control. The top lane from Melonic right now, the top lane bullying the little Matix. But on the bot lane, yeah, I am looking forward to when Harpoon recalls, comes back with some more items in the pockets, and shows devils.one bot lane why exactly they should fear Kalista with the first blood.
I'm wondering if it's going to be the boots, the berserkers as the first recall, or just slowly going with a cool, maybe serrated dirk. I mean, many options to be playing this lane. For me, it just feels like you kinda need boots to be able to get away from Ashe and her slow.
Yeah, you would like something like that. You would like to have some more movement speed or just some tenacity in general, but any boots that are not tenacity boots, are they really going to be that helpful to you against Ashe and the Brom in one package?
I mean, yeah, you're right. So just let Harpoon decide because he knows better than we what is best in this scenario. Melonic
He's trying to be spooky.
Yeah, just trying to scare away Matix, but Matix did not fear what this crocodile was presenting. Just went to base with some additional items from the shop and quickly teleporting back to the lane.
So far in the bot lane, however, Harpoon is still staying there, which is an interesting choice from his side. Could have tried to recall, could have tried to go for some more pride in terms of the item. But now with this wave crashing into the enemy turret and nobody's around, that should be a recall, right? Right?
Yep.
Thank you.
No worries, it's going to be a recall. He's going to have a lot of gold, but he needs to run a little bit more back to, recall safely, as Dancer was trying to look to stop it for a second. So let's see what the first buy will provide for the carry. It's going to be serrated Dirk, okay, so no boots, just going full AD, just trying to utilize a maximum damage on this lane.
Oh yes, a Dirk and a long sword and some health pots, the corrupting potion just for the measure of it. But Matix is fighting in the meantime with Melonic. Matix is big boy now. He's not scared of Melonic anymore, but maybe should be a little bit. Yes, now he's running away at the smoke now. Needs to recall. Doesn't have a TP, so the road back is gonna be a long and a painful one. But at least he didn't die. He didn't give away a flash or anything, even though it was really close to be an unfortunate situation for him.
But for me, it just feels like Matix misplayed something here. I mean, just recently coming back from the base, then coming into such an aggressive trade to lose a lot of HP. Speaking about losing HP,
Oh, Rebo, are you sure you want to be doing these moves onto Kofte? Because he is really strong, especially with level 6 unlocked. And Rebo does realize that maybe it was a wrong decision in the end.
once again, the second, not the best trade from the side of devils.one players. First on the top lane, the second one on the mid lane. And, you know, the consequences will be just a free Drake as Ash and Braum just arrived into the lane. They are no threats to zero Tenacity players. Krusha is trying to respond with, you know, some grabbies on the side, but you would much more prefer the Drake over the grabbies with this composition, I believe. But still, you get what you can.
I mean, with so much pride on the bot lane, not taking the Drake would be a sin against the whole team composition. So, a good decision from the start of Zero Tenacity. But yes, at least devils.one did find some answer on the top lane with the Renekton. Again, it is kind of the idea that you want to be trying to prioritize the top lane objectives, the top part of the map objectives. But, well, it's usually only the one of the two that you can go for in the end. Oh, Erdore, that was a very wide hook, but I can't respect that.
Yeah, he believed that he, you know, could predict something as crazy as that far of a dodge, but, you know, it just didn't happen. But still, so oppressive lane from the side of Kalista and Thresh have some opportunities and options to just be throwing javelins, spears, and hooks all over the bot lane and not be punished for it, because in the end, Kalista could just press R and get his support back.
Maybe we'll need to press it sooner than later, because Ardori is going really aggressively onto Dancer, and Antonio is taking some hits in the meantime as well. You gotta remember that Antonio just hit level 6 as well, so it changes the balance on the bot lane quite a bit. And they have jungler around both junglers. Actually, I wonder if they're going to meet right here next to the bot lane, looking at each other respectfully. Both of them know that the other one is here, and that's why neither of them really want to pull the trigger.
I mean, I am not surprised that Krusha don't want to go in because of Dancer and Antonio being really low. Blurs probably were looking for some diving opportunity, but it can't happen when you're playing against Majutek on the top lane.
What?
Have a dive.
Melonic, that is a successful tower dive. Doesn't really lose that much health even. Just goes into Dominus, props it, and goes for a kill. Did lose a flash in the end. Speaking of flashes, that was really close for Dota. Has to flash away the Enchanted Crystal arrow from Antonio, which means devils.one have nothing left to do on this bot lane.
I don't know how and why did he actually get in this situation. Looks like the recall was interrupted somehow, and their Dota had to pay for this situation with a flash. Right now, Harpoon, I don't know, brother, what are you going? You have a lot of creeps to get first into. He's going with some defensive boots, actually, you know, playing against 2 AD carries and an R. You would love some additional armor here and there.
Who wouldn't, honestly? No blaming here. That is a scary situation to be in.
And what exactly happened on top lane? I mean, as simple as it looked, Melonic just pressed R, went with the flash, get an easy elimination, and hey, Gnar is no longer a counter pick for Renekton.
He hasn't been for quite some time, I believe. We still see this as sort of quote-unquote handshake, but I don't believe it is that anymore. But speaking of things happening, Dancer is taking a lot of damage right into his face right now, but that is not enough to kill him.
Yeah, that's the value of a Thresh that I really like. It's not the death sentence, it's not the flay, it's just the lantern.
Oh, Riboon, you need to jump away from this, but I'm not sure if anybody else can jump away, because here comes the ultimate from Makai trying to lock Zero Tenacity in place, but so wants Eridota, and he's more successful. It is a kill for him onto Dancer. Can they get somebody else? A hook from Eridota would be helpful in that, but cannot really catch anybody.
And once again, the Lantern to save a teammate. This time it was Blurzer who went for a really aggressive ultimate here. I mean, he tried to save his life, but in the end he paid with a flash, and luckily Erdota was close enough to be able to get him out of this situation. Erdota is already on the bot lane trying to look for a potential hook onto Antonio, but as soon as he sees Dancer coming back into this lane, he will reconsider and try to play the regular 2v2.
The regular 2v2 might actually be... Oh, it could have been! I was waiting for this hook and it didn't land in the end, which opens some room for devils.one to dance around the enemies, but Antonio is taking a lot of damage in the process. I'm not sure how much more they can take. Same as on the top lane, but no, that is going to be the end of the conflict, apparently. Maybe on the bot lane, Erdota finally finds a good hook onto Dancer, but Dancer simply jumps away from him. A lot of damage from Harpoon. Still, poor devils.one are stuck under the turret, but at least they're alive there.
Yeah, but how long will it take? I mean, they now get the notification that Krisia is on the top side of the map, so Blurzor just... it was looking like he was lurking for some diving opportunity, but no, Drake has spawned.
Melonic has spawned on the top lane as well because he's the Dominus is going on to baby Maddox. Maddox turns into the Mega Nut just on time to shove Melonic away and stay alive. What a good lucky timing for him.
Yeah, very, very lucky timing because Melonic would have 100% landed this one last auto to finish the job. But still not the worst case for him. Matix using the ultimate and actually losing once again a lot on the top lane. And we are going to have a replay of what happened on the mid lane. This time, you know, Blurzor in some troubles, but then Erdota coming in to save the day with the lantern, with the death sentence, actually sentencing Dancer to be dead for the next couple of seconds.
He has 1/3 of the kills of the team, by the way. Not saying anything, but support, by the way, gotta look out for that one. But speaking of kills, there might be more somewhere soon, because no objectives right now, obviously, with 2 dragons in the hands of Zero Tenacity. We have a nice Infernal Soul on the market today, and Zero Tenacity already are half the way towards it. But now, while it's some breathing room, I feel like it's time for them to try to pull the trigger somewhere on the lanes. They still have a Harpoon on Kalista, who is sitting on the first completed item, a pretty strong point to be if you're Kalista. And Zero Tenacity are hungry for more money right now. They are gonna be pushing in, and yeah, exactly that, Erdota. Trying to catch somebody off guard, but well, that didn't exactly work out this time.
Yeah, but I mean, Zero Tenacity with this advantage just could look for some more opportunities, and devils.one needs to create one with Maokai, with Arch. You just need to play around the map to set up anything. For the 3rd time, we are seeing Christian near the bot lane, and he's not doing pretty much anything. Just trying to cover, just trying to protect, but devils.one players, especially the bot lane, need some help from the jungler.
Who doesn't need the help from the jungler right now? I mean, devils.one are kind of having all their lanes own fire right now, with devils.one taking control, not devils.one, goddamn, sorry. Zero Tenacity, of course, taking control over their bot lane so aggressively on the top lane. Maddox, look at Maddox, he keeps on dying. Same as Rebo right now, quite possibly that is again really aggressive from Kofti. And yes, here is Blurzor to seal the deal and kill the enemy mid laner.
So well played. Once again, well set up on the mid lane, also on the bot lane, some aggression. I saw the box being put down, but without any additional reward. Not even a flash, not even a barrier was used by the side of Antonio and Dance. Right now an arrow, but you are picking a cleanse for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, like, maybe there is a tiny reason for Harpoon to have picked this cleanse for the Kalista. Looks like it's working out. Is it gonna work out now? Because, yeah, that looks like a very aggressive positioning from Krisha, but he doesn't exactly pull the trigger, even though he does have the ultimate, and there is no more cleanse on Harpoon. Still, devils.one do not decide to go for it.
But once again, that's the case with the Thresh. Thresh, you can make 1 or 2 or 3 steps forward, and with the Lantern you can come back. I don't believe that Matix could come back in this situation.
Yeah, I don't think so either, my friend. Matix, oh, you're in trouble, but you gotta go big now. Mega Gna can use that flashes away, going onto the turret. Still alive, but not for long. Melodic with another kill on the top lane.
And right now, that's a huge problem because you are losing on pretty much every lane with your jungler being 0-0-0, which means that he didn't even have an opportunity to do so. Maybe covering here and there, maybe trying to provide some vision, but it just wasn't enough for the early game.
We'll see about that. But that is a beautiful replay that we're looking at right now, Majutek. I love this aggression from Zero Tenacity and this coordination between them because Korotkiy did not go any further after pressing the ultimate. He left it to Bruiser to seal the deal.
And also on the top lane, I mean, just once again, a great setup. Bruiser decided to go with a flash just to maximize the damage and the potential to get a kill without the need of going under the tower. In the end, Melonic had to tank 2 or 3 tower shot, but it really doesn't matter for such a big crocodile.
Maybe that does matter for Krisha right now. For a big tree caught right in the middle of its own jungle, he has to run away because of the ultimate from Korotkiy. And that is a lot of prior loss for devils.one.
Yep, once again looking for a situation on the bot lane. Bruiser trying to set up something, but it just feels like Antonio and Dancer are doing very good job trying to prevent any dives from happening.
Oh, maybe that is finally an answer to the crocodile on the top lane. He is dominus. He is running away. He is trying to find a way to go onto the enemies to run away from them, but I'm not sure either of them are gonna work. He's still dancing in between them, going on to Maddox very aggressively. That is a kill, but that is all he's gonna get there. It is a shutdown.
Yeah, but they needed 3 people to put this crocodile to sleep. Meanwhile, Zero Tenacity are not playing around. They are using Herald on the bot lane, trying to secure not 1, but 2 towers at once.
That is a lot, and they should be able to secure this one. Ooh, that is such a close crystal arrow, but it misses a harpoon doesn't finish the turret. How much HP does it? 20! It has literally 20 HP. Yuumi could come and give it an auto attack and it would die. But no, it still stands strong. Everybody should take notes from this turret.
Yep, I mean, in the end, Braum just decided to block the damage with his shield. So a nice job here. Krisha has flash, but he's not going to commit into this very situation. Drake is done for Zero Tenacity, so 3 Drakes for them, and they could peacefully right now go for some recalls. As we think right now, over 2k in the pocket of Harpoon, almost 2k in the pocket of Kofte recently, just buying some items, just getting stronger and stronger in this game with 6 kills. That's not that much, but 4 towers and a great advantage on pretty much every position in terms of creep score. They are just leading this game all along.
It feels unusual to call anything peaceful in this game, but yes, it does feel like this right now is a rather peaceful moment for both of the teams. Still a minute and a half before the Baron is going to spawn, 4 minutes before the next Drake and a potential soul for Zero Tenacity. No need to look for a fight, right? Right? Maybe not the case, because devils.one are looking to pull the trigger on the Blurzer, but I'm not sure they have enough damage to do anything, because here comes the ultimate from her daughter to lock them all in place, and two teleports are coming in. Melonic is in dominance, already jumping right onto the enemies. They're trying to catch up with them. Really good hook from her daughter, jumping right into everybody, and Dancer is as good as dead. Maybe Maddox is next one, maybe nobody, doesn't matter. Zero Tenacity have already won this fight. Oh, Krisha, maybe a little chase in the jungle? Nah, doesn't need it.
That was a chaotic fight. It started near the Nashor side and ended up almost at the tier 2 tower on the mid lane. Took a long time for Zero Tenacity to finish actually 1 kill, but 1 kill is basically all they need to sustain the control over the Rift right now, pushing in pretty much every lane and trying to play it quite safe before the fourth Drake spawn.
And look at how much prior they have on the bot lane. They have pushed in. Yes, of course, Rebo is going to clear all those waves very quickly because he's Tristana. But can he clear out Melonic just as quickly as the minions? Because Melonic doesn't really want to dance around. He wants to do that with Blurzer. Maybe going on to Dancer because he's around to help out Rebo a little bit. But no, Blurzer doesn't really want to take it that up close. And Zero Tenacity kind of disengaged from the fight. They started themselves.
Looked like Bruiser wanted to fight and Melonic didn't. That's why Rek'Sai just used the flash and Melonic was trying to stack some rage on the creeps. So not the best fight, but at least they disengage this, and Melonic could live for a little bit longer. I'm not sure how long, because he's still staying around.
Yeah, and he's staying around 2-item Tristana, pretty much on the power spike, but speaking of power spike, doesn't really matter when the Crocodile has a flash and he's going on to you, and he has shields as well. Dance, slice, and dice, and heal up. Maybe it's gonna be a double kill. It is a solo double kill for Melonic.
All right, Solari, I do believe that's the game right here, right now.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
the Nexus won't explode in the next couple of minutes, but it definitely seals the deal. I mean, when you're going 2 against 1 against Renekton with the Brown, with his ultimate and Tristana's ultimate and everything, you know, trying to play it perfectly, but it turns out that Renekton is just too powerful for you. He's not going to be any weaker, and Antonio, he won't have time in the team fight as he's getting knocked up, chained down, and sent away.
Yes, sometime hopefully Antonio, despite pressing the flash, you were still pretty much dead in this exchange. Oh, we have the replay of Melonic. Let's look at it.
I mean, Reboot tried his best trying to kite the opponent, you know, flashing away, just trying to play for the distance, but the ultimate was like a half of a second too late to be able to create enough space for an additional auto. And we are also having a replay of Matix wandering around, but on the wrong side of it.
Ay. 1 versus 3. Yeah, there was no place for heroics, nothing like that. He was pretty much dead the moment he stepped into that enemy jungle. But right now, Zero Tenacity are the ones stepping into the enemy jungle like there is no tomorrow, because it is their jungle right now. They have claimed it. They have claimed the whole map. They are going to claim Maddox right now as well. Does he have any minions to jump around? He actually does not. This is a bad spot. He is caught. He is chained. He's leashed, and he is dead.
And all Zero Tenacity are not only owning the whole jungle, looks like they are owning whole of the Summoner's Rift. Just look at this. Melonic playing on the top lane, Kofta just farming some minions on the mid lane, Harpoon and Erdota trying to push up the bot while doing Drake, doing everything at the same time. Because why not? Because they are that powerful.
Yes, but can they take this last raid? This is going to be the soul for Zero Tenacity. Oh, and they're starting the fight with Dancer. They're locking him in the chains of Erdota's ultimate, and it's gonna be at kill for Kofta. In the meantime, Melonic is taking some time, taking all the ultimates right into his face, including the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. He is really angry with Reboot, apparently, trying to go on to him. The hook from Erdota almost catches Antonio, but in the meantime, Zero Tenacity have finished the Drake. They're just chasing Antonio for fun and giggles, apparently, and they get him, and they kill him. They also have to get Krisha, because where does he have to run? Nowhere. Melonic secures the kill, and now what they gotta do? Of course they gotta secure the Baron.
And Harpoon even flashed for this situation to, you know, put Erdota in a nice spot. Because, why not? Because they knew that with this elimination, the Nashor shall be free, as the game stays free for them. Right now, over 10k lead in gold, and we are just in a minute number 24 with the soul, with 2 or even 3 items at some champions. Just feels unlosable for them.
I mean, it would take a lot of effort from Zero Tenacity's side, actually, to lose this one right now. When they have 6-1 Renekton and 5-0 Kalista, the odds of losing are really not in your favor anymore. However, the odds of winning are very much. And Maddox, oh, Maddox is so aggressive today. I love it. Going on to a... No, actually not. He's just jumping away. Yeah, okay, maybe if you're 0-5, that is the right decision to do. Not the same for Reboot. He cannot jump over the wall. He's gonna be interrupted in the middle of the flight and devoured by the enemy jungler.
And I mean, is it already? No, it feels like the tier 2 tower is going to fall, definitely. Maybe the second one on the mid lane, as Melonic is joining this very lane. Not sure about this, you know, final push from their side. Kalista is quite low range, so she's not the best in a sieging situations. But without the Reboot, how could you really defend it?
You can't. I mean, even with Reboot, that would be a pretty big problem. But without him, yeah, for sure, Zero Tenacity, look at them are taking this inhibitor on the top lane. What is going to be their next target is the only question in the air right now. Ooh, pretty good Crystal Arrow on Gutkowski, but no follow-up is possible, even though the ultimate from Archive, wait for it! Actually, Maddox is jumping right into the fray. Pretty good shovel right into the wall, but Antonio is already dead in the meantime. This is a slaughter! This is triple kill for Harpoon. This is a game over.
And this is a statement, everybody. This is a statement, ladies and gentlemen. Do not laugh at Zero Tenacity. Do not remind them the first week, because they will come for you and they will at least destroy your Nexus.
At least, yeah, maybe even hello, baby. Maybe even a little bit more, but you don't want to know what this little bit more might be. What is the fact, however, is that Zero Tenacity are back at it with a beautiful victory that I believe, to be honest, the majority of us should have predicted for today. But regardless of that, it is a good one that is putting them closer and closer to the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, they are right now looking probably as their peak form on the spring split, just demolishing everybody, going onto the rift with confidence, with really strong composition, not into scaling, not into that much of a team fighting. No, just skill checking everybody, winning lanes, coming into the mid game, taking towers, taking drakes, and taking points from pretty much everybody. Fourth win in the row happened, and the interview is about to happen. Who's going to join us today? That's the question.
Oh, it's not even a question, or at least I don't have an answer for you. It's going to be Eridota who is actually joining us right here and right now for the interview. Hello, Eridota. No news for you, but yet another victory. The focus for Zero Tenacity. Huge congratulations. But I got to ask you, sitting right here, almost at the middle of the split, being at 4-2, is that where you're expected to land by now as Zero Tenacity, or is there something else?
Hello. Thank you for the congratulations. I mean, sitting on 4-2 for me is like kind of usual stuff, because I was never like a regular season stomper in my past years of league. So it's like more of a improving time for myself and like for a team. And I mean, we can see a bit of effects like right now, even after we like starting 0-2, and we just like calm, play like 4 games. All of them are more or less like clean, I would say, kind of convincing wins. So hopefully we'll keep it up, and we'll like keep practicing like the way we do, and it will stay like for a long time like that.
I mean, this win was very convincing for everybody. Congratulations, of course, on the winner, Dota. I would love to ask a question about your champion, your pick, the Fresh. Back in the days, Fresh plus Kalista was a really nice combo to just dominate the lane, but it was, wow, maybe even a couple of years ago. What was the idea behind picking Thresh this time? Did you feel like, good pairing with Kalista is enough? Or is it a really okay answer to what the enemy bot lane drafted?
I would say a bit of both. It's like it was a really good like draft for Trash, and also like I mean overall game, all of the champions had like good synergy with it. Like for example, we had good range carries like Syndra and Kalista, for example, and you can secure them with Lantern when they are like playing aggro. So you don't need like engage, for example, but also like Kalista Thresh pairing, as you mentioned, good answer into like their bot lane, full control like around early, so kind of what we like, and I could just see it's a very good pick at the moment.
Question for me is going to be about one of your opponents. So far, we have only one team who's sitting above you on the scoreboard. This is Forsaken, and this happens to be the team that you have lost to in the very beginning of the split. Can we get your read on them? Because it's soon going to be the time when you will have to rematch them.
I mean, honestly, I had the same question about them on like Polish interview yesterday, and like I answered that honestly, I don't know, because I didn't like focus on them at all. It was the same for me with Anonymo like last splits. I was never like really paying attention that much who do I play against. It's more of like moment, I mean, analyzing like one day before maybe, or like the day that we actually play, what they play, what to do, and stuff like this. So for now, I'm just like thinking about them, like about another team, and I think when it will be like time in playoffs, for example, that we have to face them best of 5 or like another team, then it will be like more more important and more analyzing kind of what I have to face, you know. But for now, it's just like another like normal like another team.
Yeah, for me, that's the case. That's the theme of the next question. The last question coming from my side. In the spring season, we heard a lot that, you know, best of ones, yeah, you can win, you can lose those. The most important thing is to just go into the playoffs and then face some really strong teams in the best of 5. Right now, in the summer, do you feel the same way that in best of 5, so you are way stronger than the other teams, and in best of ones, anybody could luckily win against you?
More or less, I would say yes. I think we have the most experience in best of 5s. I think it showed like on last playoffs, kind of. I mean, we struggled in some. I think we had like more of an issues in terms of like being sick, stuff like this. We also underperformed, right? But like when it came to the most important game of the season, we delivered. Hopefully it will be the same, but still like a lot of time ahead of us. So yeah, I think as long as you don't lose like 10 games in regular in a row and you are not in playoffs, then I think it's fine to lose some. I mean, I just remember like teams from past years that they were doing, for example, on summer like 13-1 in Ultraliga and losing in semifinals. So you just there is no pattern. You just need to go your way, you know, and like squeeze the most out of it.
Wise words of the wise men. Thank you very much for this interview, Dode.
Thank you.
And I mean, you know how it goes. If you have any greetings, shout outs, thoughts, sorrows, prayers, or anything to give, you can do so right now.
Only for my friends from my TeamSpeak News, and that's it.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Adolda. Once again, congratulations with yet another victory and good luck next week.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye. All right, the beautiful Thresh support from Zero to Nasa, who just secured their 4th victory in a row. By the way, a beautiful win streak for them. Looking good so far, but I wonder who is it going to look for good in the next game?
Yeah, the next game is going to be, I mean, every game in Ultraliga is exciting. It's just Ultraliga. We all love to see what's going to happen. But I do believe that one team especially, and one player especially from this very one team, got so many followers and so many fans in the recent days. I do believe that you know, everybody, it's Forsaken, it's Togepi, and he's facing Gripchocraft next. So everybody, grab a quick drink and be there after a couple of minutes of break.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. I can go, bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata e-sportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
That's us once again, ready for the game number 2, everybody. We saw a clean performance from the side of Zero Tenacity. Is the Forsaken one going to be as clean as there? Or maybe Gripchocraft will surprise us all? Or maybe 1,000 other things will happen in this very match?
I think it's all at the same time, to be honest. I would love to see some surprises from Gripchocraft, but at the same time, just judging by the numbers so far, Forsaken's performance has been super clear throughout this split. I would be surprised if anything less than that would occur for them today in this game. That should, on paper, be an easy win for Forsaken, and that is what everyone is expecting from them.
For now, Gripchocraft is looking like an ideal candidate for the place number 4 because they have lost to Zero Tenacity, really strong team, back to the game, yeah, pretty strong team, and they have lost to Orbit Anonymo, the runners-up of the previous season. Maybe not the best results so far right now. Oh no, they won against Orbit Anonymo. I'm checking something wrong. So they lost only to Zero Tenacity and back to the game, and even if they lose to Forsaken, this means that they could easily beat pretty much every other team in this league, leading them to place number 4 probably, or maybe higher if back to the game and Zero Tenacity lose something on the way.
It's going to be hard to imagine Zero Tenacity losing something anywhere soon because of how strong they seem to be right now. Plus, the strongest opponents are only waiting for them in the second round robin right now, so nothing for them to fear, at least for the next Tuesday. But let's see if Forsaken do you have to fear anything today, because they are on the blue side, Gripchocraft are on the red side. Let's see what the bans are going to look like.
Starting with Hui against Artoria, I mean, pretty smart way of banning away this very carry guy from the side of Gripchocraft. Majutek will most likely, per usual, on the Cassante duty. We saw it a couple of times. And Fetsky with Sento, it's the deal with these guys is that whatever they pick, they are still going to be playing aggressively. So maybe you just prepare something as an answer and try to focus on the mid lane as we speak.
Oh, I like this idea, actually, about focusing on the mid lane. So far, actually, it is the idea for Forsaken, not maybe in the sense that you meant it, but both of their bans have been directed towards mid lane, with Hui and Tristana completely removed. Gripchocraft are answering with Rumble and Skada. Both of them are incredibly strong first picks for the blue side, so it just makes sense in general when Vi is going to be the final ban from Forsaken. So it's finally shifting a little bit away from the mid lane.
Banning Vi might lead into picking some really powerful hyper carry early, because you don't need to be worried about some Vi and Orianna type of composition. You still could potentially get hit by Nocturne plus Orianna or any stuff working similar to this one. But hey, looks like it's not going to be a hyper carry for the bot lane as a first pick, but Talia does pretty much the same, but from other perspective, from the perspective of either jungler or mid laner.
I would like her to be the mid laner in this game. Rafin is a pretty good Talia player himself, and Talia is just feeling so good as a mid laner right now, being able to pivot into pretty strong damaging items rather quickly in the game, so that would overall be a pretty good and more importantly a pretty safe first pick for Forsaken. But I still want to see some happy carry situation for the bot lane for Tongi and Parasite's duo. Yes, that would be nice and that would justify Viban really well.
All right, Gripchocraft answering with Azir, pretty high on the draft already, but since they kinda know who's going to be on the mid lane or at least in the jungle, they can answer with this very duo leading this composition mostly towards teamfights.
So Sejuani in the jungle, Azir in the mid lane, already a lot of setup for the team fights, a lot of pretty strong ultimates. I mean, it's only 2, but that's already a lot, if I dare to say so myself. I wonder if they will be able to match it up with something else to make sure they have another engager together with Sejuani, because she really doesn't like to be alone when she goes all in into the enemies.
That might be the role of a support with Rel and Nautilus still being open. We will think about it, but Tongi is just going with what he presented us yesterday. It's going to be Zeri for the second time this week, and wow, that's an instant answer with Aphelios already.
Yes, I quite like it. I like it for Gripcha. It also pretty much works well with Azir. Both of them want the same thing from the enemies. They want the enemies to be engaging into them and then kind of dancing from their own. And for a second, they're not exactly answering that call of both of these champions, to be honest, with Maokai, who can start the fights from pretty far, and with Zeri, who is very mobile and has the range of her own. Forsaken, so far, with just 3 picks, is looking a little bit more stable to me, but we'll see how the rest of the draft is going to look like.
For now, banning top lane champions for both GRP and Majutek. If you want to really focus those 2 players, I do recommend Volibear plus Cassante bans. So we will have something new, something fresh on the top lane. I'm just wondering about support picks because, for example, Lulu works very, very good with both of these carries.
That's true. Both of them love a little Enchanter situation by their side. I'm just not sure if we are going to see any of the Enchanters in this game, but we also are not going to see any Xante, which is something I personally am very happy about. Please, no more Xantes and Skarnes in our games, and so far, Gripcha have fulfilled both, so thank you very much, Gripcha.
Yes, additional 1 point for them, for those bans, even though they banned Cassante for Majutek, the most popular pick for this guy. Once again, slamming those picks on bot lane. They are really confident that they want to play this, even, you know, without any consequences of what Forsaken can play towards this. To answer, Alistar looks solid to be playing against Rel, against Sejuani, you know, trying to block the engage, trying to headbutt anybody going onto his carry.
And it's a pick that Parasite is very familiar with, has already showcased it to us here in Ultraliga, so no surprise he's going to lock that in. Really good answer into the double engage situation that Gripcha already have on their hands.
And the blind pick for the top lane will occur right now. It's going to be Aatrox. Being played into 2 millies, actually. Millies filled with some CCs, as Sejuani and Rel are basically designed to take control over not only your mind, but your body, with some stuns and slows and everything. Sentu just trying to hover the Blitzcrank, trying to decide on the last second what Majutek will play this time. And an interesting choice of days.
Haven't seen this one in quite some time, to be fair. Long gone are the times when he was the dominating pick full. Actually, not so much the top lane, but rather the mid lane. But either way, yeah, he's not that much in the meta anymore, quite unfortunately. But this time, I feel like it's an interesting answer into Aatrox, trying to set him behind on the lane. But what is your read on that, Majutek?
For me, it just feels like, you know, going with R5 Jace answering to the whole composition. You're trying to add a different factor into it, you know, a little bit of poke with Azir, with potentially Aphelios wielding his sniper rifle, trying to poke down enemies, then look for an engage. And also answering directly into the Aatrox. Aatrox loves to play melee matchups, as many melee champions in the enemy team as possible, please. And Jace is, you know, halfway there. His melee is when he wants to really go in, engage, and do a lot of damage. But on a lane, it will be really tough for Togepi to look for any openings, because even if he lands Q1, Q2, then Jace can just swing with his hammer, you know, throw him back and run away.
And that is not where Aatrox wants to be, right? He really doesn't want to be left behind on the lane, because then he doesn't really know what to do with himself for the rest of the game and doesn't really find a useful spot for the team. But yes, we have a really curious draft on our hands. Kind of hard to predict how exactly the outcome is going to look like. I am betting on big team fights between the two, ideally around the objectives, because both of the teams have really good tools to control the terrain around it, and that's kind of something that both of the team would like to do as their general playstyle. But let's see what they have cooked for us today, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Summoners Read for the second game of today, with Forsaken unbeaten so far, going versus Gripchocraft.
And as I stated before, on the draft, or even maybe before the draft, Gripchocraft have been losing to strong teams only. And Forsaken on paper are looking really, really strong. Probably the strongest in the league. So Gripchocraft is trying to break through at level 1, punishing Tongi for basically just staying in the
Existing. For basically just existing, exactly. And with no Parasite around for Tongi, the only answer was to run away as fast and as far as possible, and to recall right here, right now, which means he is going to be a little bit late to the party being the minions clashing on the bot lane, which already gives Gripchocraft quite some nice advantage for the bot lane.
They will have full control over the first wave, and they could decide if they are going to just keep it in the middle, you know, trying to somewhat freeze a little bit, or just hard push level 1. I don't know what to expect, because playing against Zeri, you would love to keep the lane somewhat in the middle, to be trying just to be annoying, just to poke her down, just to use the advantage that Aphelios has with his early weapons.
And he does have those early weapons, but you know what Parasite has? Early aggression going on to Sentu, with Ignite already popped onto the enemy support. Really aggressive from the side of Forsaken, and they're not looking to stop anywhere. And it looks like the whole recall from Tongi that happened very early wasn't really that successful for Gripcho's bot lane.
Yeah, it looks like they just casually won the level 1 trade. I mean, yeah, they used Ignite, that would have been useful later, but still a lot of health taken from Fetsky and Sentu. These two guys are trying to get to level 2 and maybe look for yet another situation, but it won't happen, because Tongi and Parasite knows what's coming, but do Majutek know?
Oh, I'm not sure he does. Oh, I'm not sure he does. I mean, he knows, but does he understand what is going his way? A flash is not gonna save you if Maka is already launching onto you with a W, and it's a first blood for Togepi.
It's trying to answer really quickly on the mid lane, but no, Rav been answering
Wow.
Precise Flash to gain some distance.
Exactly, no kill to gain there for Gripchocraft, and so far it is a 1-0 situation. Maybe gonna change a little bit, because Ballad is still dancing around the enemy jungle, looking at Ruffin, or rather, not looking, because he's running away in a different direction.
Yeah, I've been trying to protect this camp and the whole side of the jungle for Zioner, as he's just coming back from base, you know. He's been counter-jungling a little bit right now. He doesn't know that Bellit's safer.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Ballad. I'm even surprised by how comfortable he is feeling in the enemy jungle so far. Is he gonna feel that comfortable on the mid lane though? Because they're looking at Ruffin. They can catch up with Ruffin! That was on the very edge of Sejuani's W, but they hit her, and this is a kill. And now they're turning around onto Zioner. Ballad runs away from it alive, and it's another kill for Gripcho.
4 men on the mid lane in the 4th minute of the match. Gripchocraft are really going to be focusing on this very lane. Even Majutek took a walk to secure that anybody escapes from this situation. 2 kills from them. They invested a lot on the bot lane, probably lost a wave or something. No, just 5 creeps ahead for Tongi, 5 creeps advantage, plus the call, but Fetsky answers with the same, so they didn't even lose that much on this side of the map.
if you can't win your lanes individually, you just collapse all together, and it's still fair play because hey, it's team play, right? And if it works out for you, all the best for you. Now there is some gold advantage for Gripcho. Wonder if they will be able to regain the lane advantage on the bot lane though, because I'm looking at the timers and the first Drake is gonna spawn pretty much right now. Would be nice for Gripcho to take back into their hands the control of this bot lane.
And they could do it quite easily with those weapons from the side of Fetsky. Then they can always look for some kind of engage with Gravitum and just try to poke them down, or just hard push the lane as Fetsky is doing right now. But Parasite...
Parasite, that is a good move. Pushing Fetsky right under the turret, forcing him to take a turret hit and throwing an ignite onto him. Tongi has the first kill on the lane.
Beautiful, a beautiful usage of Alistar's kit. I mean, you don't always have to go headbutt into Uber, right? You can reverse it a little bit with the small addition of the flash to ensure that you are winning this fight easily. That was magnificent from the side of Parasite.
Absolutely. I mean, these two players are proving to us over and over just how mechanically skilled they are. And I'm always in awe of Parasite because he is just incredible with all the champions he picks. Mierak needs to be incredible now as well because he's fighting with Togepi up close, and Togepi has level 6 already. Medic, I wouldn't do that if I were you with so little mana and the level disadvantage. And yeah, he's smarter than that. He's not really fighting anymore.
By the way, I do believe that Tongi said that, yeah, he knows that he's the best AD carry in this league. Plus, with his support, with such an amazing play, once again, wow, I could look at it over and over again for a whole day.
Honestly, same. We don't need anything else. Can we just keep rolling the replay over and over because it's magnificent. But now, on the map, ooh, there was an attempt from Tongi. But now on the map, we have an exchange that we already saw pretty much in the previous game, with the red side taking the dragon, but blue side answering with 3 grubbies on the top side of the map.
And once again, for me, it just feels like Gripchocraft would have preferred the Void Grabbies for the Jace, for Azir even, maybe, on the sides to try to work with it. But Drakes, overall, in my opinion, are just better. You know, you're not looking at your composition, you're not looking at the enemy's team composition, you're just looking at the overall value that Drakes gives, and Mietek is trying to look for a value of a Jace with his minion wave, actually really huge minion wave, to try to look for some trades to try to even up the situation on the top lane.
But doesn't find any success in that so far, unfortunately for him. Maybe some help could be due, but Jace is pushing rather nicely, so not really any opening for anybody to come and help. Maybe some things will happen around the mid lane, because I'm seeing a lot of Forsaken just kind of dancing around, but most likely they're just securing a safe recall for Ruffin and then seeing what to do afterwards, because now we have a little bit of the downtime on the Summoner's Rift with no objectives coming up, but a fight's coming up on the top lane with a flash from Mietek because he almost died, and Bellet is around to help, or rather just to shadow and make sure nobody's gonna stop the recall.
And Togepi once again showing why he's so dominant at the top lane, just, you know, being poked down over and over again for the last 2 minutes, then just decides to, you know, casually pop the ultimate and go for an all-in, as all-in is happening on the bot lane.
Yes, and Center has an ignite on his head once again, and Tongi's flashing forward, trying to secure the kill, but Center has the flash of his own and answers it and stays alive.
Tongi didn't use his ultimate in this very situation. Maybe if he did, then after the flash, something would have happened, but that's another story. Right now, they forced Rel out of the lane, so they could easily push up, look for a recall, and look for some more items for Zeri to just keep the control over this lane. I mean, at the first sight, Aphelios plus Rel looked a little bit stronger in the lane, but it's not the champions, it's the plays that determine the current situation.
Yes, that is very true. I love how Forsaken were looking for a very aggressive answer in the very beginning stages of the laning phase to make sure they mitigate the damage that has been done to them with the forced early recall from Tongi. And they did find those, and from there on, they have been feeling rather comfortable and confident on this bot lane. Look, there is still the cleanse available for Tongi if things go absolutely south. Parasite is always around, and Alistar is just such a good answer into Rel. And such a good fight starter if needed too, as he has already showcased to us. This bot lane looks really secure for Forsaken.
And Parasite is just casually, roaming around, not even looking for a great opportunity, just trying to cover, just trying to, make enemies notice his presence so they can't really force anything. And on the top lane, I was thinking that Zioner is looking for he actually is. He stopped channeling the recall, so they are trying to bite Majutek in. Majutek just used his teleport. If he dies on the top lane, that could be game over on the top.
It's gonna be a disaster. He doesn't have a flash. He's still half of the cooldown, and he's fighting with 2 right now, including the Alistar, who is in the ultimate. This is a game over for Majutek, and a game over for the top part of the map for Grape Show.
That was a great idea. I mean, the owner invested 20, maybe even 30 seconds there, but it all paid off as Aatrox right now will be ruling on the kingdom named top lane.
Who's gonna rule in the kingdom named bot lane? Because Sentu is aggressive yet again, but Parasite is not letting him leave, and Tongi finally uses the ultimate, but the Glacial Prison is coming in from belly, trying to lock Parasite down under the turret. But can you really lock that cow in a cage? I don't think you can.
Maybe, and even if you do, you have to deal with Zeri. For a friction of a second, looked like Tongi just wanted to go 1v3.
Yeah.
Like, come on, guys, you started this. Let's finish this business right here, right now.
Yes, you started it. Why are you running away now? What happened? What changed? But things did change. Situation did change for Grigshaw. It made more sense to go back a little bit, especially now that the Drake is coming up in less than 20 seconds. And Inferno Drake would be a nice grab for a team that already has 1 Drake in their pockets. But before that, they're looking at Xioner, and I see no respect in the eyes of Balage right now, stacking the passive on Xioner, but not really finishing it, because look at that. Rapid is around, already knocking Balage up and looking for a kill confirmed. And he's gonna find it. Next one on the menu, Vatsky. Yeah, very much so.
They were looking
Robin?
for some trouble.
Oh, yo, how did that work exactly? Robin still survives, runs away with Ignite on his head, but he's alive, which I cannot say the same about Sentu, but where he was knocked away by Artoria's ultimate, knocked into his own wall.
That was a really tough spot to be in between 2 walls. But hey, he survived in the end with a little help of his team. So let's sum it up a little bit. I mean, Craft tried to do something on the bot lane, didn't pay off, so they tried to go for a red buff. Didn't pay off, they had to pay a price of their jungler. Then they tried to, defend themselves on the mid lane. Oops, still a failure. And right now we are facing 4-0 Aatrox on the top lane with Sundered Sky already built on his behalf. I mean, it was a game over on the top lane a couple of minutes ago. Now it's like, do you want to play again? Do you want to restart the game?
GG go next, guys. FF15. I mean, it's not 15 yet, but with a full 0-0 Aatrox, yeah. This is the duality of this champion. He is either useless because he is behind, or he is extremely dangerous if he is ahead. Speaking of dangerous things, right now, Forsaken's bot lane is really aggressive with Parasite flashing forward, trying to find somebody. Doesn't really find anybody, but proves a point yet again that you do not joke with this Forsaken's bot lane.
And also a great trade, not only that they put a little bit of aggression onto the side of Fetsky and Sentu, but burning the flash for Rel. What's happening on top lane?
Majutek is taking fights yet again that he shouldn't be taking, but he has the support of Sejuani, but this Glacial Prison does not land too. GRP is dancing around the vision and is taking the kill. You cannot really take this top laner down that easy. He's going to go down in the end because of the teleport from Artoria. He secures the kill, but is he going to secure his own life because Zioner is dancing around, but Robin takes this kill into his own hands. Now they are 2 versus 1 against Belly. Belly has no mana, and he knows that really damn well, just trying to buy some time for himself and for the team, but yeah, he's just kiting everything. Look at him. He dies, but he dies with honor.
Yeah, at least he tried, where the odds were like 1 to 99, at least he tried. And Fetsky, yeah, he is trying, but I don't know if he will succeed.
Sendo.
I mean,
Sendo. Oh, the Moonlight Vigil does not hit absolutely anyone. All this setup from your support, Fetsky, and you don't land the most important ultimate. You die for that. Sendo at least secures a kill and a shutdown, but yeah, I'm not sure if that's what they were looking for. Wait, Sendo, he's still not done. Parasite so low in health, 47, 49 HP. Can Sento catch up with him? He's really slow because he's unmounted and he cannot do it.
and maybe, just maybe, if he waited like 2 seconds more for the mount up, maybe,
Yeah.
just maybe. But hey, I mean, they had a shutdown on Togepi. They also killed Tong on the bot lane. Just quickly look at it. I was wondering, why is Togepi running, you know, full top lane to chase for this kill? But yes, Leoner was nearby. He helped with his ultimate, and if Artoria wasn't here, then it would have been a clean sweep for the side of Forsaken. In the end, that's still more eliminations for them, as Ravbin quickly joins in and just secures a couple of more eliminations for himself.
It still means there is some nice additional gold for GRP because of the shutdowns, but I don't think it's nice enough to secure the gap between the teams because it's 10-4 right now. That was a good dance from Ballad, by the way. I loved it, but it couldn't last for long enough to keep the enemy team from advancing even further. GRP are right now not in control of like 2/3 of the map, which is not a good time because less than a minute and a half, the next Drake is going to spawn. Both teams are sitting on one dragon at the moment, which means equal chances for getting a soul.
I mean, there are some chances for Gryptocraft still. I'm looking at this combo of both Rel and Azir going in and trying to demolish the teamfight, you know, catching 5 men onto their ultimates. Tongi right now without a flash, without a cleanse, could be a potential target to this place, but they would prefer to just poke down a little bit with some help of Majutek, you know, Fetsky finding right weapons. I think that there are, you know, too many things to secure before going into an actual fight. And Forsaken could just like Maokai press R or Talia press R, you know, just send the Weaver's Wall in and secure whatever they want.
Yeah, they can just pull the trigger, easy as that, without thinking about anything, without overthinking things. For Gryptocraft, it's gonna be much harder if they want to pull out anything. They need a lot of preparations, as you rightfully said. Even right now with Ballad, trying to secure the land around him as much as possible before he goes into top lane, but gets caught by Parasite right next to this very top lane too. He does have the ultimate available, so I really wouldn't be doing anything about this. But hey, it's Forsaken who want to be doing something. They have the reinforcements coming in. The cavalry in the face of Robin is here to secure 2 more kills on the top side of the map.
For me, it felt like Ballad has learned the lesson of not coming into the top lane kingdom that is ruled by Togepi, but he decided to, you know, do the mistake twice, and we're hoping for a different result. This time, Parasite was here and he helped very much succeeding in this mission for his team. And mission number 2 is to get rid of some towers, and they are going to take 2 without any consequences.
So nobody could stop Shelly. Oh, that is unfortunate for Grapefruit. That is very unfortunate for Grapefruit. Because if you look at the minimap right now, the Drake is up and running and waiting for somebody to come and slay him. And Grapefruit, with 2 turrets down on the mid lane, can't really find any opening towards this Dragon Beat anymore, which means free Drake for Forsaken.
Yeah, luckily for Gryptocraft, it's only Drake number 2 for the enemy team, so no quick stacking of a soul, and Togepi is in trouble.
Oh, yeah, Togepi, I don't think you can fight with 3 at the same time. He's actually taking a lot of time, but he goes down in the end.
Nah, it's not that spot for Aatrox to be able to one-shot Fetsky with just 1 single kill, but hey, that was a nice try to get an elimination, to actually do a cross map. Since nothing is left on this side on the map, they decided to go with one last thing, which is a tower and an elimination. Try to regain some control over here, but Parasite is like, come here, fight with me.
Exactly, it's like, fight me. You're not brave, apparently. I mean, GRP are brave, and I really love that they did find this opening with the top lane, and it led to the distraction of the outer turret on the top lane from Forsaken side. It is really important for GRP because, as you said before, they did lose control over mid lane and bot lane, so that is at least something that is going right for them. Second of all, it is good time to be in control over the top part of the map. It's 19 minute, 20th minute, in fact, already, which means the Baron is going to go up very soon. With how much lead there is for Forsaken, I would not be surprised if they go for an early Baron, which means for GRP, they need all the vision possible there, all the control possible, and to not die in their own jungle would be very preferable as well, which is something Sento is trying to achieve right now.
And there is a huge lead. Just look at what is happening. The Honor is throwing saplings all over. The wall is coming in. Maokai's ultimate is coming in, and Artoria rather...
Parasite. Oh, Parasite was stunned there for a second. He's actually going down rather quickly. Moonlight Vigil is not gonna hit him again. He still goes down in the end, though.
That was misplayed by the side of Forsaken. I thought that Artoria needs to be burning his flesh and just giving up on this tier 2 tower, but no, the rest of the team came to the rescue and actually got the kill on the Alistar, which slows the tempo of Forsaken a little bit, and more time for GRP to catch up is actually the best a message for them right now. Fetsky being able to finish his second item. The same goes for Artoria. So hey, power spikes here and there to be able to fight, but will they fight? Will they even check if the Nashor is being taken?
I mean, Forsaken are not destroying this ward that is standing right in the pit. Tongi is seen on the mid lane. Oh, now they're gonna find out, right? With Sento putting this ward next to the pit. Now they should know, but can they find an answer? Because the Baron has been reset. Forsaken are not committing to it anymore, so that's even more breathing room for GRP.
Togepi has some really cool deep wards to teleport into, so maybe they were looking for an opportunity to use this position for their advantage, but they didn't pull the trigger. Togepi stopped for a moment. I was looking at the minimap. He stopped. He was looking, but nah, let's not risk it this way. We have the advantage. We are stronger on the usual 5v5, so maybe let's just not flip a coin at the Nashor. That could be a potential comeback for GRP.
That is what we really love about this team, right? One of the many things we love about Forsaken this split, actually. They're really strategic about their decisions on the map. They really take their time to calculate things very well. They do take a lot of risks. They go for aggressive plays, but they never take too much risk when it's not necessary, with very little exceptions, actually, but those are usually missteps and not just miscalculations. Parasite, though, is going right on to Sento right now. Is it gonna go into a big fight? It is a party. The ultimates are popped from all around the fight. Parasite is running with almost no health. Tonki is firing back, but he's taking a lot in the front. Oh, get me there! He's on the back lane. Gonna be stopped there for a second because of the turret from Alisia. Gonna be shoved over, but there is no turret here! How are you gonna fight him? Oh, you actually are gonna fight him and kill him. Okay, that works.
I mean, he's not tanky at all. He was looking for an opportunity. He was looking for an engage, but at the end, he was shouting, "Team, where are you?" Because nobody came to the party. Togepi was alone.
I gotta say, this turret from Artoria was a really well-timed decision, because it did stop Togepi a little bit, it did stop Forsaken, but to be fair, Forsaken were so low on health. Tongi was low, Parasite was pretty much almost dead, Rafbin tried to go in, but didn't. So, yeah, some things did not click there for the team. We'll need to look at the replay and you will need to break it down for us to see what exactly went wrong.
I mean, definitely they have prepared the situation with the vision wards, but maybe the owners should be fine in this situation. But I don't think Majutek is. Or maybe Rafbin.
Or maybe Rafbin. Wait, the beautiful shield for Rafbin right there from the Circus Embrace, and Majutek is the one who is not fine.
No, with the flash, Majutek tried to outplay in the last second, but didn't succeed. But hey, Parasite once again, lost.
Hello? What did you do there? Wait, they're going in with the ultimate from Maokai and 2 is around. Oh, they're going on to Sento. Very good ultimate from Rel, but not enough to keep her alive. And the rest of GRP are running away now.
And they are running away. They probably know that they lost the position around the Drake, but with Fetsky and Artoria full health, maybe they will give it a try.
Maybe. Bellet is around. Bellet is the front line, but he's not full health whatsoever. Tori is trying to shoot somebody from afar, but Rafbin is in danger right now. Caught the Glacial Prison right into the face, still survived, but is so low on health. How Forsaken gonna fight? They're so low right now. Bellet is going right into the pit, but Bellet, you need to stay alive in order to take the Drake, and he cannot achieve that. And now Atoria coming in with a good shuffle from the Emperor. However, another Emperor has arrived to the battlefield. It is to Gappy, and he is securing more kills for the team.
I mean, nice try from the side of Gripchacraft, you know, trying to delay this Drake, trying to fight for it, but in the end, they misplayed it. Bellet died too quickly. Fetsky didn't find the perfect spot to be dealing damage, as we will see on the replay. Bellet is getting constantly hit and hit and hit, and Fetsky, one auto to the Drake, second auto right now, third, and Bellet is dead, and he did like nothing in terms of damage. Then Togepi comes in, and we all know what happens when Aatrox finds his flank. The last ones were not so good, but this one was well played.
Yes, and it puts Forsaken in the position where they are 17-9. But they have 5k gold lead versus Grapeshot. But they have 3 Drakes to 1, and they have the control over the Baron Pit as well. Which means you know what the next step should be from the team, right? The next step from Forsaken right now should be securing the 6-0 as a result of this week.
I mean, Zeri with Infinity Edge, Aatrox with Sterax, even Zioner bought like Warmox for himself alongside with Parasite. They are well built for this very raid boss of Baron. Nashor Parasite just popping this flower and the seed and just trying to go for the Nashor. Togepi zoning everybody. The wall comes in, it should be done.
It should be done. There is no way for Billy to get into the pit safely anymore, and he's stopped on the approach, and now a fight is full on. Parasite is dead, however, Togepi is still fighting with pretty much everybody on their backlane. Most likely is going to die. No, look at the healing from this guy. It is impossible. He bought enough time for Tongi to catch up. 2 kills already for this Zeri. They're still chasing in the rest of Gripchacraft.
I mean, they got 2 eliminations, but that's it for Gripchacraft. They lost 3 and they lost Nash, and they are probably going to lose some towers in the process, as Tongi and Zioner are already storming the mid lane. No, they are trying to reconsider this decision. Ravbin is going to take tier 2 on the top lane, and there is just going to keep on farming. Let's quickly look at the replay. I mean, Togepi zoning Belly, the Weaver's Wall comes in, Parasite is ready, you know, tanking the ultimate, just waiting for the right time to headbutt Belly to prevent him from getting anywhere close to the Nashor. It is secured. 2 carries, Azeri and Talia are not even worried by anything, so they could easily clean up the fight.
It's the fact that Tongi finished the fight with absolutely full health on that Zeri. It is insane. It shows you how good the positioning from Forsaken was in that fight. And now their positioning is good on the map, because look at them. Everybody has a Baron buff. Everybody is pushing in. I mean, Parasite does not, but Togepi does not. But everybody is on the bot lane right now, does, and that is everything that matters. Oh, they're actually going in with an ultimate from Zioner. Is it just to zone everybody away, or is it to catch some kills? Maybe onto Ballad. Bye-bye, Sejuani. You are no more.
And not only bye-bye Sejuani, it's probably bye-bye base. Just looking at how the siege is going, over 1 minute of the Baron buff still available for the side of Forsaken. They are trying to make themselves comfortable on the bot lane and going for Artoria.
Oh yes, very aggressive, pressing all the buttons, going in. Forsaken do have this luxury of just doing whatever they decide to, like taking Sentu down, like taking everybody down. It is 3 kills, 4 kills, make it 5 maybe on Stepanek. It is yeah, it is a very clean ace from the side of Forsaken, and that is a clean split for them that still continues. 6-0 is this team so far. 6-0 they will end this week with.
Is somebody really going to stop them? Because I don't think anybody succeeded in any way. Nobody was even close in doing so. Feels like Forsaken might be really the strongest team in the league. Once again, proving us that we should all bet on Forsaken, at least in predictions, because there's some easy points for us and for them.
Exactly that. I really wonder though how their rematch with Zero Tenacity, for example, is going to look like. But before that, they do seem pretty much unstoppable by anybody else.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, just the drafts are fresh, going with once Brand on the mid lane, then Volibear on the top lane,
Yeah.
trying to spice things up. Zeri on the AD carry. I don't believe that any other player of Ultraliga decided to go with this champion in this split. They are making it interesting, entertaining, and they are showing everybody their place. You are second, you are third, you are fourth, and we are the first one. We are not sharing, the throne with anybody.
But we gotta share this room with somebody because I just heard a little bird telling me that we have Maki, the assistant coach of Forsaken, ready for an interview with us.
So maybe let's invite him over to the party. Hello, hello, Mako. How are you feeling after this very win? Is it exciting for you or you just lost it because it's another day in the office, another day, another win?
Business as usual.
First of all, hello guys. I mean, we injured a little bit in that game, so we are not entirely happy about that. So yeah, it's another win. We are doing what we meant to do, but obviously there is visible that there is still much to improve with this team. So yeah, this is how it works.
So, I mean, you're kind of telling us that yes, there are mistakes in the team's gameplay, and that is obvious. But from your perspective, how high is the ceiling for this team of Forsaken right now?
Oh, it's really, really high. Right now we are like mostly trying to improve our macro in the mid late game because there are, as in the game you can see sometimes we are getting over eager with the decision making. So yeah, like if we improve this crucial stuff, I think we can reach to a really, really great place.
All right, so maybe just quickly walk us through what is the most crucial points that you are working currently on. We've heard that you are working on early to mid game, trying to build the advantage, trying to play with it. But I would like to ask about the work ethic of your players, being 6-0 right now, not losing a single one. These guys are definitely very, very happy. Does it impact them in any way? Does the players feel like we are too good? We don't need to practice that much, or quite the opposite? We are too good. We need to practice even more to secure the perfect split.
I mean, to be completely honest, like after this, like 3 weeks, guys are kind of chilling also. But like with Ekin, we made some important rules that will improve us in that terms. So yeah, like all the time we just need to control it because obviously when you play like that, when you have 6 wins, like as I said, we are sometimes over eager with what we are doing, and we need to put our attention to that point that we won't get stomped someday because of that, or like flip the game. Yeah.
Makes sense. I mean, it's good when a team knows exactly what they want to be working on. It's better than wandering in the dark or thinking that you are the best. But I want to ask you a little bit about how the synergy in the team looks like right now, because we did have a little bit of sneak peek because we did have the pleasure of having Forsaken obviously quite a lot of time on the interviews here. But from your perspective, as somebody from the side of the coaching stuff, how does communication within the team looks outside of the Summoner's Rift?
I mean, it's look kind of good. Like we're not having problem to communicate outside the Summoner's Rift. Obviously, the guys like on the bootcamp got the best synergy, right? But it's like bootcamp power, obviously. But yeah, like we like don't have any problems to talk after the game, spend some time. So it looks pretty decent.
So it looks not only good at Summoner's Rift, it's also looking very, very good outside of the Summoner's Rift. And the standings of the leagues are looking very, very good, with Forsaken being unbeaten on the first place. I do believe that's it, because we are expecting you to be joining us constantly throughout the regular season. So we will save some questions for later. Right now, we want to hand to you the whole stage. Maku, you know what to do.
Okay, I mean, I got only one person to greet today. It was special match because we played against the Steel Strike, coach of Gripcraft. This is actually the person that encouraged me long time ago to become coach. So yeah, big thanks for him, and it's really great thing to see him also in Ultraliga after like 3 or 4 years.
We're
Right.
very happy to. Thank you so much, Mako, for
Thank you,
this
guys.
shout out. And thank you for the interview, of course, and good luck in the upcoming matches if you even need more luck than you have now.
Thank you, thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Yeah, these guys are just, even though they are trolling a little bit, not playing perfectly, the drafts are a little bit off. We need to work on some things here and there, but they are still stomping pretty much everybody. I don't know how are they doing it.
They're just that good, Majutek. I guess we'll never understand how it is just to be purely that good, but these guys for sure know what it means for them. I wonder if the next guys we have for the next match, they know anything about it, because we have Orbit Anonymo versus Matty USA LODIS. I still need to look at my notes when I say it, but soon I will know and I will remember.
Don't worry, you will have some time to practice it, because we are heading towards a break, everybody, and we will be back in a couple of minutes with this very match. So stay tuned.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
Stuck.
W3D2 and once again we are back from the break. Everybody, we all saw what Forsaken did to their enemies. We all saw the historic sixth win in a row for this organization. Probably the best record of all time for them. For now, let's not spoil what will happen in the future, but let's introduce ourselves into the nearest future that will happen. It's going to be Matty USA LODIS taking on Orbit Anonymo.
Interesting enough, both of us decided to predict Matty USA LODIS today, even though Orbit Anonymo, I do feel like they might be starting to wake up a little bit. At least we saw a little glimpse of that. However, it was a tiny glimpse and it only happened one time so far. 1-4 this team is going. And it's hard to believe that this is the same name that was trying to fight Zero Tenacity in the previous split for the crown, that already has some Ultraliga crowns on their heads. But those were previous times. Those times are long gone. Now another house reigns over these territories, and maybe another one will take it all in this split. Who knows? But for Orbit Anonymo, the fight for the crown does not seem really realistic this time.
Yeah, this might just not be the case in this season. They still have some time and some room to make some adjustments and improvements. Yesterday, we saw a different approach to this, skipping on this whole AD carry thing. Let's just slam in Soraka and see how it goes. Well,
Yeah.
it didn't go as intended, but still a nice try from their side. Even Harpoon told us on the interview that it could work out if they were playing it better. And you need to have both hands ready when you're playing against Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, well, they're not playing against Zero Tenacity today. They're playing against Matty USA LODIS. And both of us really think that Matty USA LODIS do have an upper hand. Now, mind you, there is only one victory so far that separates these two teams. It's not much. Anything could change between them. We could see Orbit Anonymo overtaking everything from Matty USA LODIS. We could see the opposite. What is your prediction, Majutek?
I mean, as simple as that, I went for Lodis mostly because it's the team from the second div. I am still believing in them, with some exceptions for like devils.one today and so on and so forth.
Yeah,
But,
I see.
but
You value your predictions a bit more.
a little bit more, just
It's
a little
okay.
bit.
I'm not judging.
But I went with Lodis for this simple reason, because they actually, I feel like, found their place and their play style in the first division. They are not scared to go with Yone on the top lane, not scared to go with Kalista on the bot lane. Ketim understanding that he needs to play for the team, for his carries, not trying to force anything on his own.
Yeah.
Feels like quite solid team for now. I don't know if good and basically good enough to be taking on, for example, Forsaken or Zero Tenacity, but taking on Orbit Anonymo with some problems, with only one win so far, for me, just feels like favorites of this matchup.
For me, it feels like a must-have from Matty USA LODIS, because the bar for the new teams in the first division is, of course, very high, thanks to Back to the Game, even though I don't think anybody's going to say that thank you to them anymore after the beautiful performance in their first ever split in Division 1. However, we do got to remember that these guys, for some of these guys, this is their first time playing in a first division split. We saw how nervous and scared they were in the very first week, in their very first matches. And it is still new terrain for them. So I wouldn't judge them too harshly, but I would still say, while they are not the team most likely to go very high through the tournament standings this split, they are the team that should be taking down Orbit Anonymo, because they seem stronger than them. They seem individually better right now than Orbit Anonymo.
Yes, of course, and also Lodis has this problem behind their heads, probably that they need to secure at least like 5th place or something like that to acquire enough points to be able to stay in the first division and not be fighting in the promotion tournament against once again teams from the second division. They don't want to go back after they made some steps forward. So it's pretty important win for them. Maybe you won't win against Forsaken, maybe you won't win against Zero Tenacity, maybe they are on a different level this time, this split, but you need to gather some wins from teams like Iron Wolves and like Orbit Anonymo, for example.
Yeah, which is which does sound a little bit harsh towards these two teams, unfortunately. But this is the harsh reality that they're finding themselves in. Both Iron Wolves and Orbit Anonymo are really fighting their demons throughout this season. And if you're busy fighting your demons, you don't really have mental capacity to be fighting other teams all that efficiently. That's why they are sitting at the very bottom right now with 3 losses, lose streak for Iron Wolves, 2 losses, loss streak for Orbit Anonymo.
Yeah, it's tough, and somebody needs to break the lose streak. Somebody will break the lose streak. I'm just thinking about the approach to this match. Probably both teams are thinking, okay, the opponents are beatable. We just need a good draft and a decent execution, and it should go our way, but only one team could be victorious this way. I'm thinking about the matchups also, because just looking at Yeti against PMK on the top side of the map, both pretty young, both, I mean, at least PMK, pretty unexperienced in the first division. Yeti had a shot last year, then he went to conquer the Europe and came back to Ultraliga. And for now, for me, he just looks like the best player in the current roster.
Honestly, quite possibly. I gotta say, to me, it's between Yeti, Pump, and maybe a little bit Kefo. But yeah, he is one of those strong cards that they have up on their sleeve. So they should try to search for something that maybe has a little bit more agency from the side of the top lane to be able to transfer to something else later, to maybe even carry the whole team on the shoulders. At the same time, there is, of course, this matchup on the mid lane that, to me personally, will be a really interesting one. We have Demolus versus Pump. Both of them are just really good players, really good laners. Pump is really good on his Ari. We have seen it already quite many times. So I wouldn't be surprised if Ari is going to be taken away just to spice things up for Bit Anonymo a little bit.
Maybe. And the draft also, in my opinion, will be a big factor, because we do see, on the one hand, Inca plus Toxicness, experienced coaching staff from both division, and on the other hand, Wiela Kostek, the coach straight from Mividron, the runner-ups from the previous season, from the second division. So it is a tough season for him, lacking some wins, maybe some problems inside of the team, because those guys are good. The question is, are they good enough for the first division? They should get some wins in the way, but for now, it just don't look that good. And I'm mentioning Wiela Kostek mostly because when you look at his Wikipedia, it's pretty much all golden. Besides the previous season, it's the second place, so the silver medal goes to him. Looks like the streak is going to break. I don't believe that Orbit Anonymo will get a medal this time.
I don't think so, honestly. As much as I would like, just in the good memory of this team, of this name, I don't think. The current roster is an interesting one, but it doesn't feel like it's standing close to what we saw from the previous roster of Orbit Anonymo, who used to be Shate Bobra, who used to be Goskill, of course. They did have a long history. They did have several seasons that they've been playing with each other. So that was the team that knew everybody within it, that really could show us a good fight and a good game of League of Legends. Right now, for Orbit Anonymo, there is, of course, a lot of room to grow, but I don't think there is enough time for them to fill this room with knowledge and skill.
Yeah, that's definitely the whole different story with the roster we saw on the spring and with the roster we see now. I wouldn't say that they are carrying a burden or anything like that. No, that's a whole new chapter for this organization. As we mentioned before, the second place on the previous split gives them a lot of championship points to be able to stay in this league without any problems. But what is the actual goal? I don't believe I had an opportunity to ask any of the Orbit Anonymous members on the broadcast. They won. They won while I wasn't casting. So maybe today I will be an opportunity to ask what are the goals and what is happening inside this organization that a couple of months ago were fighting for the championship and actually a nice run in the EMEA Masters. Right now, looks like they are just trying to secure this season in Ultraliga and think about what can they do in the future in the next year.
I'd love to ask them personally as well, but they would need to win first in order for us to be able to do so. And before that, if I were to theorize, I would say that this looks like a developmental roster to me. These are some relatively young players who might have a rather high ceiling, and the idea for the team right now is to try to raise them into the future champions. However, this is a lengthy process. This is not something that happens overnight. This is most likely not something that happens within one split. So we gotta give them some slack and see where it goes from there.
But the case is that they don't have a lot of time, right now sitting at only one win, counting this game as a potential loss, being in this very tough position, you have some room, you have some time, but is it really enough? It's no longer Ultraliga containing 10 teams, it's only 8, so we will be playing only 14 matches, and we are really, really close to the half of the split, so maybe it's time to reconsider. In the second div, I have experienced quite some times that teams are actually changing the roster mid-season to try to fix some problems, to try to change something, maybe the dynamic of the team, maybe put another carry in there or something. But it's really hard to get a new player since everybody's locked in their teams in first, second, and third, and fourth divisions also, and it's really hard to find a free agent that will come into your team and actually make a difference.
And I'm usually not a fan of that because for every new player, it always takes some time to get used to the team, to their dynamics. And for the team, it also does take some time and effort to accept this new member of their machine, a well-oiled machine by then. So it kind of starting the whole process of speeding up all over again. I am personally not a fan of it, but I'm speaking more from the point of view of a viewer right now. I don't know if this is the case that might help Orbit Anonymo because they are in a really tough spot right now, and it's going to be hard for them to get out of it, of course. But I don't think replacing anybody on that roster will be the thing that would solve the problem.
And also, let's think for a minute, who would you could possibly replace? I mean, Yeti has been performing really well. Pump, as you mentioned before, amazing performances on Ari, for example. Kechvo and Uden, you either, change both of them, but if you are changing only one player, then you need to work on a synergy, communication, play style on the bot lane because you play as a pair, not as a single person. And changing the jungler, the brain, the heart of the team might, create even more chaos than they are in right now.
Yeah, so it's a really tricky situation to be in. Situation you wouldn't want to be in, but well, that's where we're finding Orbit Anonymo right now. Today's victory, however, should it happen for them, could be a really nice starting point to start gaining the momentum and finding their footing back into this split. But yeah, they just need to get at least one, because when you're 1-4, absolutely every victory counts, which is different from the situation of Matty USA LODIS, but not too different, because remember, there is still 2-3. There is literally just one victory between the two teams right now.
Yep, and it could change. I mean, we could potentially see a really even and drawn situation, or we could see Orbit Anonymo pretty much sinking alone on the bottom of the stage. I'm just quickly looking at the situation right now. Only Iron Wolves are sitting together on the last spot with the score of 1-4. They are playing back to the game today, so not the easiest of opponents to be able to win. So maybe in the end, if Orbit Anonymo eventually loses this game, they won't be alone at the bottom.
By the way, we are waiting right now for the draft to start. Unfortunately, one of the players has technical problems on their side, so we are waiting for those to be resolved, hopefully soon. But since we have no power over it, we will just have to wait for a little while longer while it is being resolved. In the meantime, I suggest we'll look at the other side of the Summoner's Rift that is going to be before us pretty soon. Matty USA LODIS. I mean, I don't think I need to say anything rather than Majutek tell us what you expect from this team right now. Not what they expect from themselves, but what you expect from your boys.
I mean, first of all, this is the project that's been in the second division for years, as I told you behind the scenes that they were previously named Nordis, then Lodis, right now Matty USA Lodis with an addition of yet another sponsor coming into this team. They were performing quite well in the previous season, not as well as back to the game, but still they managed to win and they got the promotion. They were aiming into the promotion, but in the promotion tournament, after summer, they were preparing this 1-year project. I had an opportunity to speak with Coach Inka about this, and he was pretty confident that, within 1-year period of time, you are able to coach players some new stuff. You are able to work on a lot of stuff in game, outside of the game, work on the communications and drafting and everything. But boom, it happened. You are in the first division now. Maybe you wasn't ready for this at this very moment, but you need to face it. You wanted it, you have it, now you need to face it. And for me personally, just looking at the power level of this team, I would put them somewhere around the 6th place, maybe one up, maybe one down. I wasn't expecting them necessarily to go into the playoffs. Just looking at the strong rosters we have from the side of Forsaken, Zero Tenacity, devils.one, and Back to the Game, for example, plus Gripchocraft apparently playing really, really well. So in my opinion, the 6th or maybe 5th place should be considered as a really nice result. If not, then well, they could potentially be in the promotion tournament, but from the wrong side, from the side of a team fighting to keep their spot. And I don't know if the pressure is going to, mess with the players and their performance. If this happen, we could discuss it further in the future after a couple of weeks if we see what the final standings are. But right now, let them focus on achieving, the goal step by step. Today, I feel like a pretty big step for them, trying to get the 3rd win, be 3-3, pretty nice score for a team straight from the 2nd division that in the first glance looked lost. In this league, we don't know what to do. We don't know how to play. We don't know how to, get into this ecosystem. But right now, for me, this team looks like they could potentially win a best of one against stronger team.
I love how much passion you have for your Division 2 boys. It is contagious, honestly. Thank you for giving us a little insight into the team you know so well. I gotta say there, from my point of view, I would really love to see this team in the best of 5s. I don't think it's going to be easy on them, but at the same time, it is yet again going to be a completely new environment for them. Maybe actually something that they're going to feel a little bit more comfortable in, but I don't know if you're going to see that or not. So far, they are pretty low on the scoreboard, so they will have to fight if they want to make this real for us. In the meantime, I believe we are waiting for the draft to go live for us, so it should be 5-ish minutes, I believe.
Yes, and also a great message coming straight from the referee that Lodis decided to wait, Lodis decided to play. They don't want any more consequences to the enemy team. They just want to prove that they are better on the Rift. So that's a great message, not taking any free points or getting rid of every ban from the enemy team. Just play the league and prove that we are better.
Could they have gotten rid of all the enemy bans? Is it
I
even
don't know.
possible?
We had a situation in the 2nd div that this actually happens. So I'm assuming that in the 1st div, the rule book is pretty similar. So maybe, but for sure the first 3 bans could be on the stake. So yeah.
Ooh, I don't think I've ever seen all 3 bans being taken away. 1 ban, yeah, a couple of times at least. All 3, I can't recall it. That would be
But
new.
since we are still waiting for the next couple of minutes for the draft to start on our broadcast, I do have one fun thing to mention about
Okay.
PMK, about the top laner of the Lodis roster. Last season he was playing in the second division, and he's also living in Kielce, the city where our studio is, the Witch Hub studio, from where we are broadcasting the second division. And we decided that maybe if Lodis wins a game, then PMK, since we have this like 8 minutes delay, could quickly shut down the computer, run to the studio to attend the interview in person, not on the webcam. So he did. I do believe it was the first week, and it was funny enough. He went with the team jersey and everything. Hello, guys, I'm here on the interview, blah, blah, blah. And he loved the idea of attending the broadcast of the second division so much that he will be attending this very week on Friday, the broadcast. He maybe even will have an opportunity to cast one game.
Ooh, I just wanted to say, it looks like we have a new baby caster in our hands. Awesome. I love it so much. We need some new fresh blood in the caster circle, as always, honestly, with every casting circle. So, yeah, having an ex-player who is liking his time in the studio, that is a gift to you guys.
I mean, we are trying a couple of different casters, experienced, inexperienced, whatever, actually. But it's a nice addition to have a current active player to be joining the roster of casters, because he could put a different view on certain situations, not only drafting, but, breaking down the matchups on the top lane. I do believe in LEC, we had the situation where for the first couple of minutes, I forgot the name, Oduamne. Oduamne was breaking down the matchup of Jax playing against something. That was really, really cool. And we all actually learned a lot from it, because it's like so experienced of a player, really, really great with countless of games played competitive. So that's valuable information coming from his side. And also, maybe I'm not expecting this level of analysis from the side of PMK, but the familiar one, fitting to the style of the second division.
That is awesome. I honestly, I love it. I mean, here at Ultraliga English First Division, we did have kinda a similar story with one of the players, Bad Liga. He was playing in Gentleman's Gaming, then Iron Wolves, then devils.one. So he has been with Ultraliga for quite some time. We had him coming to the interviews quite often. We had him on one of the broadcasts, having a little cameo on one of the broadcasts from the studio. He was kind of just, running around and telling us little jokes. But then he actually was going to the Polish broadcast quite a couple of times as an analyst for them. And he even appeared in one of the ads for Ultraliga and one of the sponsors. Yes. So that was an interesting growth there, and a very rapid one, I gotta say.
There are still some jokes about this that, but Liga is still in the Ultraliga due to this ad.
Yeah.
But I do believe you also had in the Polish broadcast players like Ripson and Defles, and maybe even some more. I do believe that there were some analytics or coaches from different teams. So yeah, I always love to see professionals from one field joining the professionals on the other field. Everybody working towards the esports, but we are professional at talking blah 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 team fight, and they are professional at talking the stuff that actually matters in the game.
Yes, we actually had, I think 2 years ago, maybe Chocolate on one of the analyst desks for the finals, and he was having some pretty fun segments with the Polish podcast. So I also really love it when we have pro players or ex-pro players or coaching staff, because they bring in so much inside perspective into the games that from our side is simply impossible to grab, because we're kind of looking at games from a little bit above. We're just looking at 10 guys playing on the Summoner's Rift and having fun. So it does feel different.
Also, I just remembered that we will also be having Wielo Kostek, the coach of Orbit Anonymo, on the cast, alongside with Glacial, team manager of Gripchocraft. So
Oh,
that's a combination of a lot of people coming from the first division to the second, just to have fun on the broadcast, talk a little bit about the draft, maybe record some videos or TikTok or anything, but mostly just having fun and looking for the opportunity to be casting from somewhat of a professional studio. Maybe getting into the first division is too hard and too high for them, especially while they are, coaching, managing, or playing.
yeah, of
But the
course.
second division is so open for them. Bialito came from the second division. Mr.
Mhm.
Haina came from the second division. I am still from the second division. So
Yeah.
a lot of talents growing in there.
Yes, so you're kind of brewing the talent and preparing it for Division 1. Must be a little bit sad for you when they leave, but also it's kind of, seeing them leave to the first division has to be nice as well.
I mean, Bialito left for sure, and he left like 2 years ago, but he's still living in Kielce. He's still visiting his parents quite frequently, and he's joining the cast pretty much every season, like, I don't know, 5 to 8 times per split. So that's like 1/3 of the whole
Awesome.
cast. So there's still a lot. And I do believe last week had Mr. Hyena as well. So they are still, visiting us. It's like the children leaving the home, living in a different city, doing different stuff, but still coming back to the family, still coming back to from where they came from.
Or it's like, when you finish the school and you already go to the university, maybe even moved out from your city, but you still come back and you visit your school from time to time. And it's always good memories for the kids and for the teachers and for everybody involved. That is so nice, actually. Also, our production did ask about some story about Christian Kielce.
Oh, that's confidential. I don't know if I
Oh.
could.
Okay, then don't.
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
just
know.
don't know. I mean, that's actually that's the story with a different organization that no longer exists, and with a
Oh.
different coach that is coaching in a different team. So maybe I could say a little bit about this because it's a funny story. You definitely know the event Meet Rift.
Yeah.
And last year on the summer edition of Meet Rift in Łódź, I had bring some friends from Kielce to the Łódź to have some fun at this event, and it came out that one of my friends was a really good friends with Krisha. So we went as a group to one place and the second place and the third place, and what is happening on Friday and Saturday evenings in Łódź in this very event. So we had some fun, and then on the Sunday, we just asked him, "Hey, do you want to go with us to Kielce? Because it's Sunday, you are playing like in 2 days, so you will have some time to have fun with us in Kielce, and then come back to your place." Yeah, but but screams, but my coach, but everything. I don't know. And like 5 minutes later, he made a decision. All right, I will come, but I need to play screams from like your studio on something. So he drove with us like 150 kilometers to Kielce just to have some fun, just to continue the party. And he's been actually playing screams from my computer downstairs in the studio. And the very next day, that's when the fun ends. The very next day, Krisha picked Nidalee and went like 15-0 against somebody, basically perfect KDA. I don't know if you remember the match, but he basically did that, and we named it Kielce Buff.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, it does sound like a Kielce buff, or maybe your computer screen buff or something. I don't know, but you gotta do it again, guys. I mean, there is gonna be the summer edition this year, right? So
Yeah,
you know what
it's
to do.
going to be. And Krisha, if you're hearing this, you are more than welcome. But it's actually going to be after the split, so no officials after the Kielce buff. But maybe
Yeah.
Challenger on the second account or something?
Yeah, actually. Since, I mean, you gotta test out if the buff actually works or not, right? So you just gotta find a reason to party and to test it out. Mostly the
Yeah.
party.
That was a lot of fun, and I'm loving whenever players or coaches or anybody is coming into our studio, not only to cast, not only to give it a shot at casting, but also to just say hi, to just hang out, to just be in this community with casters and players, to attend interviews and many other things happening. And yeah, you actually asked a good question on our chat. Where
Please
is
don't
the
read
draft?
it out.
Where's the draft? Everybody. I don't have many stories left, so
I might try to recall something, but it's like, when somebody asks you, hey, can you tell me something? Or, hey, can you tell me a
tell a joke.
story? Okay.
Can you?
No, actually, no. You see, it's always like that. I mean, all of them just immediately leave your head to never come back, apparently. They will come back in the most unfortunate, unneeded time. But when you need them the most, they disappear. Just like the Avatar,
Yeah. But just quickly coming back into the topic of the match, because the draft shall appear really soon on our screens. Matty USA LODIS once again fighting for the third win for themselves. We both picked them. We went over why we picked them. We went over some problems inside of Orbit Anonymo Esports. We don't know how to solve them. I'm not sure if the team does know. I mean, going with Soraka on the AD carry position is not a solution, even though you can heal some wounds. It just don't work.
Quite literally. Yeah, but I feel like it would have been a patch, not a full-on solution either way. But yeah, we finally the draft. Yes! Let's go! Lusa on the blue side, Orbit on the red side. By the way, can I call them Lusa, or should I always look at my nose and be like, Matty USA LODIS? It's a nice name, but it's a long one.
Maybe like LUSA or something like that. I don't know.
That's still long.
That's still long, yeah.
Lusa sounds like a name. I like it.
I'm used to calling them LODIS, so just
okay.
easy.
Maybe I'll try to stick with LODIS. But for now, let's stick with the draft. Apparently, we do have some bounds missing from the side of Orbit Anonymo in the end.
Yeah, I don't know how many. Maybe we can get a quick info from the side of our broadcaster. I will tell you as soon as I get this information. But yeah, we will see. And I got the confirmation that it's going to be just one ban. That's good, because I've heard that it also messes a lot with your draft preparation. You know, you're expecting them to ban this, this, and this, and oh, they are not banning anything. So how do we play it out from here?
But I love the fact that they are still not sacrificing anything and banning out Skarner, because it is a must ban from the red side. And again, if you're watching LEC or any other big leagues, you should be a little bit tired of seeing Skarner all the time, especially on the blue side. So thank you very much, Orbit Anonymo, for banning this champion out. LODIS, in the meantime, have decided to ban out Vi, Rumble, and Tristana. Also some really strong champions.
Yeah, only strong champions being in the banning phase, and we are expecting also strong champions on the first choices. The first is going to be for Matty USA LODIS, and boom, straight up LeBlanc. We are not playing games.
Oh yeah, we are talking about serious games right now, everybody. LODIS starting out with a blind LeBlanc. It is a risky move always, but it also means that for Orbit Anonymo right now, it's trying to read what the jungler is going to be for LeBlanc and maybe trying to snatch that away from her. Something like Lee Sin, for example, is something you immediately think about. And at the same time, answering with a counter pick on the mid lane would be pretty beneficial as well. Syndra is kinda on a verge here, right? Because she can't really get away if LeBlanc gets up close. But if she's far away, boy, is she gonna make her life miserable.
And also Syndra plus the Viego is a great combination of mid-jungle duo. Great synergies, you know, you can follow up one CC after another, a lot of damage, and composition that would want to play for the first target, you know, to get the first elimination. Syndra does it very well, and for Eincards to be able to get a reset, get another champion in his hands, and just continue fighting.
Yes. So overall sounds pretty balanced and pretty strong from the side of Orbit Anonymo. LODIS, in the meantime, are actually indeed picking Lee Sin for getting for the jungle and pairing it up with Leona for Xavi on the bot lane. So a lot of control, a lot of initiation for the fights. Quite interesting how Orbit Anonymo gonna answer it. Nautilus does sound like the most decent option here.
For now, both compositions just looking at straight up fighting. I mean, all three from this side and all three from the other side are basically meant to be catching, CCing, and deleting everybody that comes in their way.
Yes. Oh, that sounds like we might be seeing a lot of bloodbath on the Summoner's Rift in this game. I'm really happy about that. But let's see what the next bans shall bring us. this might shed a little light on what Orbit Anonymous' plan for the upcoming picks is going to be, because they need to pick something blindly, either AD carry or the top laner. And I wonder what they value more as the potential last pick.
I mean, for the red side, usually it's going to be top lane, because you can always just play it safe, you know, take a counter pick, decide if you want more front lane, more engage, more damage, more side lane, more anything. And as they are going to be picking first in the second rotation, I do believe that taking AD carry here is a good solution. You already have Nautilus, so maybe pair it with something that goes along with this first target composition, like Jinx, like Kai'Sa maybe. These are the options I would be exploring.
I would not be surprised if Aphelios, for example, appears suddenly on the bot lane. I believe it's something who does play quite a lot, and it also works rather well with Nautilus. Or maybe something with a little bit more kill pressure during the early game. But yeah, we'll have to see about that, because so far they're banning out Renekton from PMK and Ezreal from the bot lane, interestingly enough.
Yeah, that's actually quite interesting that they decided to go with Ezreal instead of like Jinx, Aphelios or stuff like that. I don't know what the reasoning behind it is, but maybe we'll find out in this very pick. It's going to be Varus. I forgot about this. Varus also works really, really good with Nautilus, with the composition that wants to go for the first target. Either you go with lethality or you know, just regular attack speed AD builds. You can and you will delete the first person that appears on your screen.
Yes, and I like that this is also a lot of initiation for the fights and a lot of control for the fights, for Orbit Anonymo just being boosted up a little bit more with Kakeru's pickup, plus the long-range poke, which is always a risky thing for Varus, because if you look at Lodi's side, there already is that LeBlanc that might be a deadly enemy for him. But at the same time, if Orbit Anonymo are careful enough, the poke from their hands is going to be insane.
Okay, Lodis decided to go with Ornn to just provide more spacing, more scaling, more teamfight opportunities for Jinx. We already have LeBlanc plus Lee Sin, so a nice mid game is secured. This composition looks rock solid. What Orbit Anonymo are going to answer with, what is going to be the pick for Yeti, is going to be Aatrox for the second time of today.
So Aatrox into Ornn. I mean, it's not that much about this matchup. I would say it's about what is going to happen afterwards, because Aatrox is going to be absolutely crucial in the upcoming fights. I'm a little bit worried about the survivability, because if this Jinx gets ahead from the side of Lodis, she's going to be a massive problem for Yeti. She's going to shred through this Aatrox, and there is basically going to be no front line for Orbit Anonymo.
I mean, that's always the question. Do you want to be front laning against Jinx just to buy a couple of more seconds, just to make him, you know, hit you with 50 or 100 damage, you know, per shot and buy a lot of time? Or quite the opposite. You want to skip that part when you need to tank her. You want to go straight to the point when you can actually go and look for a flank, for an engage, for a catch on this very hyper carry. And with Syndra and with Viego, with Nautilus, you have all the tools in the world to be able to get into her.
That is true. I like your point, because it doesn't look like for Orbit Anonymo the strategy is going to be to survive, because the composition they're standing against on the Lodi side, it is an extremely all-in composition. They all want to be getting right into Orbit Anonymo, and most likely any front to back is not going to be possible for Orbit Anonymo anymore. So yeah, I quite like the idea of just trying to answer damage with damage and not trying to survive, but trying to make sure that nobody can kill you because everybody is dead. But we'll see how well it's going to work for Orbit Anonymo, ladies and gentlemen, for the third time for today. Welcome to the Summoner's Rift, where Matty USA LODIS will stand against Orbit Anonymo.
Demoles also going with the first strike on LeBlanc and already proccing it minute number 1, getting +1 gold from, you know, the delay, and +15 for the first attack. So that's a good sign. That might be nothing. You will be thinking, Majutek, what are you talking about? It's like 16 gold. It's like the one creep. But yeah, if he can be constantly proccing it, and he could, because he's a LeBlanc, he can always distortion forward, just put 2 autos in the queue and, you know, get out with some additional gold, he will be scaling into the later stages of the game. Plus, the first strike is a nice addition to the damage output for LeBlanc. Sometimes she misses like 50 or maybe 100 points of damage. With this rune, with this keystone, Domoles kind of secures an additional source of damage.
I like how you break this down. This already looks like more bearable lane for LeBlanc because thanks to the range from Syndra, it is not going to be an easy one. Syndra is able to poke LeBlanc quite a lot. She's not the strongest champion in the early game, but she still possesses this very annoying pull from her side. Also, I love this little dance that is happening on the top lane right now between PMK and Yeti. Both kind of trying to bully the enemy out of the lane, but at the same time, neither of them are really that bullyable.
Yeti will 100% trying to bully the Ornn because that's what Aatrox do basically on those melee matchups when the enemy champion doesn't have that much damage to answer with. I mean, yeah, at level 3 maybe Ornn will try to look for something, but level 1 is basically useless in those trades. He needs to survive a couple more waves to be able to answer to that. And on the bot lane, we shall see a lot of action going on because we do see 2 engagers, both Leona and Nautilus, really strong on the early game. Not only when it comes to CCing the enemy, but the actual damage. I mean, Nautilus, in some cases, could win a 1v1 against some wounded AD carries.
That is very true. Nautilus is really annoying. Not even that much because he is damaged. He doesn't really have that much. But because of his constant control that is really hard to get away from. Especially if he's able to prop his target on top of everything on you and you're going to be just standing in one place, reconsidering your decisions you made a little bit earlier. But Lodis so far are not really feeling too nice on this bot lane. You can see they did have level 2, however it wasn't level 2 advantage onto the enemy. Quite the opposite actually, because Kasper is farming much better and there is a really big kill threat from Uren that he is using nicely. He is making sure that Lodis bot lane always feels it on their heads.
Okay, I agree on that, but we don't see the bot lane right now. We are looking at Ironcard trying to secure this Scuttle Crab and just being around this side of the map with Nautilus and with Leona. Both junglers could potentially look for something, but Ironcard changes his position. He's going into the jungle trying to look not for a gank, but for some kind of invade, but he don't find anything. Pump is even throwing a creep just to make sure nobody's here. All right, Ironcard, you can recall safely.
Yes, thank you very much, Pump. Should say Ironcards, or we're gonna say that for him. So far, pretty quiet game. Yeah, except for the top lane. They're just fighting non-stop. Maybe, no, Yeti cannot really go further for PMK. It's pretty hard to kill Ornn even with such little health. PMK should just be looking for an angle to recall and come back with a TP. Maybe on the mid lane, something. Okay, the passive has been taken out from Demolis, but again, that's it. Pump cannot go for kill confirmed.
That's what Demolis needs to be really careful. You cannot just freely use distortion forward. You need to be looking at certain angles. You need to be looking at cooldowns from the side of Pump and many other things. But basically, one good use of Scatter the Weak could pretty much disengage everything. As we're just seeing right now, you know, Demolis is just trying to poke him down, and Pump answers almost perfectly to whatever Demolis does on the lane.
Yeah, honestly, Pump is feeling so well on this lane. You could even see when Demolis recalled, he didn't have any health pots anymore, while Pump was still sitting on 2. He wasn't worried about absolutely anything. If things went south, he could just go back, drink a little bit up, and still stay on the lane if you wished so. But speaking of staying on the lane, bot lane is not doing that. But let's wait for a second, because Yeti is actually getting some bidding from PMK, delivering some back. Yeah, that's your typical bot lane voice right now that we're looking at, because Xavi is going in with that Leona with a Swallow Flare. Maybe not yet, no. That is the first blood for Demolis. And that means that no, Xavi still leaves, and that the Drake should go into the hands of Lodis.
That's the usage of Lee Sin and LeBlanc. At this very moment, Demolis with level 6 could go really deep into this situation to secure the first kill for himself, plus the Drake for the whole team. So that's nicely played from the side of Matty USA LODIS, kinda punishing Orbit Anonymo for even looking at this objective. Kehvo lost both summoners, and even though he was doing all right on the lane, right now he needs to be extra careful.
Yes, I mean, he was not just doing all right, he was doing really fine on this bot lane. But now, for sure, this is an opening for Lodis bot lane duo if they want to try something a little bit more aggressive on Kehvo. Zeller still has absolutely everything. Xavi is still sitting on a flash available. Definitely a lot of pressure from Lodis bot lane right now.
Yeah, definitely. On the mid lane, are we going to see some
Domoles?
pressure applied? Yes, for sure. Domoles once again, you know, trying to use the first strike, trying to go for as many trades as possible. While we are looking at the replay, Orbit Anonymo were really close on finishing the Drake. But no, Einkart, without level 6, you cannot be the frontman for the team.
Absolutely not. Maybe you can beat the Scuttle Crab, but that is, again, if you're Einkart and nobody from the enemy team is around. Maybe you can even take the Void Crabs, which would be the ideal scenario for Orbit Anonymo right now. Lost a lot on the bot side of the map, try to find something on the other side.
Ketim is wandering around the bot side of the map without level 6, so that's not ideal. He can't look for a position to kick somebody out of the lane. He's missing like a couple of creeps or maybe a jungle camp or something. Still, you know, being around, still trying to look for an opportunity like this.
Oh, and Xavi is going in with
no.
a flash forward. Very aggressive on Kehvo, but who are you focusing, guys? Okay, trying to go into Kehvo now, but that's already way too late.
He missed the Sonic Wave onto the stunned target. I mean, Uden would most probably block it still, but missing this very, very crucial kill on Lee Sin probably seals the deal on the bot lane with no elimination on this gank. And Einkart is just feeling it that he's alone in this area of the map. So not only the Void Grabs, but actually the blue buff will go into favor.
Ah, well, it's a blue buff for a blue buff in the end, so it's not all too bad. But yes, this was an unfortunate timing for Kerim to spend some time on the bot side of the map, only now getting to level 6, while Einkart has already been sitting on it for quite some time. You could even see before this gank happened, Kerim was trying to look, maybe there was the Gromp in the enemy side of the jungle, but no, Einkart made sure that there was pretty much nothing to be found there. And yes, just a series of unfortunate decisions right there.
Yeah, no eliminations from this play of Matty USA LODIS. On the top lane, we've seen that PMK was able to deal some damage to Yeti, but that was before the recall. Right now, Yeti with some items to be able to deal some more damage and actually heal more from the passive, because it all comes in a packet. You know, you deal more damage, you actually heal more from those trades. He's feeling really comfortable. As the Mullet is on the mid lane, Pump is losing a little bit there. Flash plus some HP.
Yes, and it's just the ultimate from Xavi in the end that was really lost in this exchange. But again, look at the cooldown. It's going to be back really, really soon. So it's an important flash from the Pump side that is not available there anymore. The Mollis is sitting on the flash. So if Lodis want to try to accelerate things a little bit around the mid lane, it is pretty much open for them now.
Pretty much. I don't know what the plan is going to be. It looks like Einkart is planning on doing something, but I mean, LeBlanc is pretty much ungankable unless you will find a nice Scatter the Weak, but there is a low chance of actually landing this, while Domoles has his Distortion and Ultimate and Flash and everything. So Einkart just feels like he needs to be farming a little bit more. In the end, he's the carry jungler that could power farm into a certain state of the game. After that, he will be providing more to the team than to himself.
I like the way you put it, providing more for the team than for himself. But yeah, that is quite true. It's going to be a rather important asset for the team in the upcoming team fights. Speaking of, I really want to see some upcoming team fights because we have level 6 across the board. We have all the important ultimates. We have Einkart actually on the board. Oh, Uden does miss this hook onto the enemies. Here comes the ultimate from Varus, trying to provide some additional support there. And Kerim is really low, but Uden, you are very lucky today. You're running away alive. Can we say the same about your teammates though? Because Einkart is already the Kehvo. You are stuck there, my brother, and you will not finish Xavi with this very arrow. You are in fact going to go down.
5-man bot lane just to secure this situation, and the first target escapes. What an unfortunate turn of events. I mean, Uden misplayed a little bit, but thanks to Ketim, he was able to escape that. But we wouldn't say the same for the rest of the Orbit Anonymo members that took part in this very fight. In the end, Kekfo tried to snipe down Zelar. He had some vision, but unlucky, bro, you wasn't able to land it.
Well, to be fair, Zelar did also try to do a little sniping from the downtown, trying to find Uden with the super mega death rocket, but it was a little bit not very death and a little bit not very super because it didn't find the target in the end. Demolis, though, you might be alive and well, just flashless.
Yeah, just flashless, not a big problem for LeBlanc as we see. Still trying to mess things up on the mid lane. Oh, you burned my flash. I'm trying to answer to that, but no, I'm not going to go 1v3.
It's like, or something. Wait, oh, Xavi, are you sure you're going that far right now? Because he's stuck with Einkarts and Uden. He's allowed to get out, but Pump is not so much. He is stuck much more than anybody could say about themselves, and Demolis is taking him to the grave.
Yeah, but Yeti basically gave up on the top side of the map. He decided, you know what? I mean, PMK gave up. You know what, Yeti? I'm not going to fight you. I'm not going to even bother. You win this one. You win this battle. But we are about to win the whole war.
And this is rather important for Lodis because you get to just how much One is able to provide for them with the Forge Courts. This beautiful long-range engage is helping them out a lot to catch enemies in unfortunate situations. But can somebody catch the Drake in an unfortunate spot where he actually belongs, and that is his rightful home? Because Orbit and Anonymo have their eyes on the prize of this Ocean Drake, but Ketim is around the corner as well.
For a moment, it felt like they were going to secure it, especially with the teleportation coming from the side of Pump, but they gave up on it. They don't want to risk so many things. They just want a little bit of more peaceful time on the Summoner's Rift for the sake of Yeti, who is dominant at the top lane. You know, they don't want to int anymore, but looks like the fight is about to happen anyway.
And Uden is going in, but I'm not sure who's going in anymore because the Drake has been secured by Ketim, but the fight still continues with Ketim actually running away over the wall, and Yeti is around the corner going on to Zelar, and Zelar flashes away, stays alive, but flashless.
Yeah, flashless, another member of the side of Matty USA LODIS, but Flash is a nice price to pay for another Drake, to pay for some peacefulness at the top lane to make Ornn gather some more plates, and we are having a replay from once again this beautiful rotation from the side of PMK. I mean, Ornn just coming into the mid lane with his ultimate, with Leona on his side. You're not surviving those.
Exactly. Are you surviving that if you are Matty USA LODIS right now? If you are Xavi, the answer is no. He actually did secure the kill onto the enemy jungler, but had to pay with his own head as a price.
I mean, that's great. 1-for-1 plus Drake plus some plate. That's definitely a winning position for the Lodis roster. Looks like everybody is doing just fine. Only Jinx missing on like one elimination and couple of creeps to be able to fully cash out into the first item. But it will come with this wave, at least the cash out of the cool will be already for Zelar.
Oh yeah, that is a really good way for Zelar, and yeah, here comes the beautiful payoff from the cool right on time, maybe, to try to take this Herald that is waiting for somebody to pay any attention to the speed. And since Ketim is already in this part of the map and Einkarts is in the bot lane, might be spotted soon because PMK is a lone target right under the turret. It looks like a tower dive is brewing from the side of Orbit Anonymo, but a TP is coming in immediately. Can PMK survive for long enough? The answer is yes, absolutely, and he can even fight back and buy time for Demolis to go and get a kill onto Einkarts, and that's it, boys.
That was the situation straight from the meme, you know, call the ambulance, but not for me.
Yes. Exactly. Guys, you don't tower dive on. That is a rule.
And I do believe that it's the one of the first rules of League of Legends.
Yes, yes. I mean, what are other rules of League of Legends?
Don't play Yumi jungle.
Oh, don't play
Yeah.
Yumi full stop. That would be a little bit more correct.
Yeah, that could be one of the rules. And then, I don't know, we will figure something out along the way. Maybe let's,
That's true.
yeah, in some really, really peaceful match like we saw yesterday, you know, almost perfect performance. And also today, almost perfect performance from the side of Zero Tenacity. Maybe we could work on some, you know, ground rules of Ultraliga. For example, like, don't try to 1v1 Togepi, ever.
Yeah, please. Like, it never ends well. Like, can you learn from the mistakes of other people? Maybe don't try Demolis if you're Pump, if you're already losing all your health and Demolis is going in onto the turret. Oh, very nice answer from Pump, by the way. And he stays alive. Whoa, my god. He's still not safe though. Ketchup is trying to hunt him down. Poor Pump. Give the guy some rest. Oh my god, they're still going for him with a solar flare and now with the heralds. Please just leave the guy alone. He just wants to recall.
And the Herald, but nobody is going to take it and nobody is going to dive straight into the tower. It's going to do so all by himself, herself. I don't know.
Herself. I think Shelly is. I think it's Shelly now, and she's a she, a proud she. Oh, the he's going here.
We are lacking only one thing: PMK, you know, teleporting to the world and using all of the Forge Gods.
Yes. Oh my god. I think Pump is gonna have nightmares today. Honestly, this is some. But how did Solari not land it? That's You know what? Better not answer that.
Yeah. Let's not think too much about it. Let's think about what might happen in the future. Drake spawn will happen, that's for sure. And Lodis team will try to take it, that's for sure. Will they succeed? Or maybe, let's put it a different way, will Orbit Anonymo even try to, you know, get their hands on the Drake, as they are slightly weaker right now, you know, 2k gold, 3k gold actually at disadvantage. Not so strong items right now. Plus, you know, playing against LeBlanc on 2 items, that's a powerful moment for Demolis. I don't know how you set up for this.
It's really tough though, because Orbit and Anonymo severely lack any vision whatsoever in the enemy part of the jungle, so they don't know how Kittim is going to approach the pit if he wants to. And there are so many ways for Lodis to get into the pit without going through the river necessarily. But Orbit and Anonymo absolutely need to take this break because it's going to be their first one. Lodis, however, don't fancy the idea that Uren is going in again onto the enemy support, and the support is dead. No more Leona for the side of Lodis. Maybe that was enough for Orbit and Anonymo to take this break, and yes, they have the first break of the game.
That was a mistake from the side of Leona. I mean, engaging the moment where Demolis is kind of working on the wave.
It was kind of Uden engaging onto her. No, she didn't have the choice.
But he still had a flash, had an ultimate, and could have played it, you know, with a different approach. But still, you know, sending Leona as the first target, and not Ornn, who could just, you know, pop W and say hello to everybody. That's an approach to a Drake. Kind of nonchalant, you know, not thinking everything through, making the best decision. It's the Drake for Orbit Anonymo in the end. Not so painful for Matty USA LODIS, but that's still a little loss.
It is still a loss. They are one Drake further from the soul. Can be a quick one for them. However, Pump might be a quick deal. Very beautiful. Scuttle away from his side onto the 2 enemies. He's still trying to run away, but yeah, no, you don't run away from this Lee Sin.
Nah, there were 4 players hunting you down, so I'm not even a slight possibility of escaping. They regain control over the top side of the map, but what will they do with it? I mean, the Nashor is up, but we are not considering it seriously to take it right on spawn. Yet he knows it, as he just doesn't care what is happening on the map. He's constantly playing side. You need to pay attention.
Yeah, maybe he should have paid a little bit more attention to what was happening around the map, because right now it's 2 members of the enemy team going on him and sending him straight to the grave.
That's first death for him. I don't believe that he even participated in any serious fights before. I mean, the one on the Drake wasn't even a fight. It was just an attempt of a steal. Yet he experienced the gray screen for the first time in this league game.
And I bet he didn't like it. But yes, at least he got the turret right before he died. So hey, it's something. It's a price you pay, apparently, for being a split pusher who is not careful enough about the surroundings. But right now, Anonymo need to be even more careful than before, because the situation in the game is the following. That is an 8-2 with Lodis very strongly in the lead in terms of everything. Dragons, objectives, turrets, items. Okay, not turrets, maybe, not that. But everything else, literally, is up in their sleeve right now. For Anonymo, it's about finding a good opportunity and seizing it. And only they can prove to us if they're capable of doing so.
And they also have, you know, the special card named Jinx, without any eliminations yet, but Jinx is really powerful into this team of Orbit Anonymo, because you have no front lane, because I have so much peel. I mean, I have Ornn, Leona, and Lee Sin, 3 champions that could provide many tools to just get rid of you, get rid of your engage. I mean, you don't have the Call of the Forge God, you don't have the Dragon Kick on your side, you cannot just, you know, go on me. Maybe Uden has this opportunity to go with his ultimate, but that's it. Every other champion needs to work his way into the Jinx, which has been so safe for the entire match.
Oh, yo, you don't do it! You don't face check like that! Einkar's dead yet again. It's a double kill for Demolis. They might be fishing for more, but frankly, they don't even need more.
It's the natural situation. You don't need more. You got rid of enemy jungler. So what stands in your way? I don't believe anything. Yeti gave up on this. He just decided, I want to go bot lane. I want to catch a wave because there's nothing to do here.
Yeah, Yeti does feel like he lost it a little bit in this game, and I mean it in a good way. Honestly, there is not much he could be doing on the top side of the map right now. Again, it's not like he's stopping this Baron from happening, so he's being as useful as it is possible in his situation of the Aatrox, who hasn't really gotten any kills in this game, so not a really strong advantage. He's just split pushing.
And this fight, it was impossible to win. I mean, you are just face-shaking a team with Lee Sin, with LeBlanc, with Jinx. Once again, Jinx on a very safe position. You can't do anything to her, and she's already on 2.5 items.
Whoop whoop. Hey, Einkart, says Demolis. Einkart is, by the way, 0-5-2. I don't think he's enjoying his life all that much right now. Has to, because in 10 seconds the Drake is spawning, and it is going to be a soul point for Lodis if they go for it. And they have so much control over this river right now. Orbit Anonymo are... They need a lot of luck if they want to get to this Drake in the first place.
By the way, PMK is on the spot with level 14 that he will be upgrading some items. First off, going into the Demolis, so everybody on the side of this team is just going to get stronger and stronger. They don't need it, but they will most likely use it to create even bigger of an advantageous position. Taking the third Drake, no, not losing anything on the map. Just scattering right now, just trying to cover every lane to get some more waves, to look for a position to crush tier 1 tower on the mid lane. I mean, it's still pretty healthy standing there.
I know, but Anonymo did make the only decision possible in that situation and did not take any fight around Drake whatsoever, just gave away the soul point to Matty USA LODIS. Now they are under the siege. Again, even less space to think about what to do on the map, maybe trying to collapse onto the bot lane to stop the siege from that side, but how do you find an opening? Because it's Demolis who's constantly finding the openings, and gosh, this LeBlanc hits like a truck.
Yeah, and it's going to get even worse as soon as he finishes the Rabadon's Death Cap, and he's really close to it.
Oh yeah, just two needlessly large rows that are going to go into a very needingly good hat. Yes, Rabadon is a hat. I sometimes forget it's a Death Cap. But yes, this Demolis is going to be pretty much unstoppable the moment the Rabadon hits his inventory.
And pretty much nothing to worry about from the side of the Lotus team. I mean, just slowly sieging here and there, you know, working your way into another towers. It surprises me with this score, 10-2, with this lead, 5k gold, so something around, with 3 Drakes and the Herald and pretty much everything. were able to only destroy 2 towers. That's interesting. That's, you know, building the advantage quite slowly, in my opinion, but they don't need to hurry because they still got Ornn and Jinx, the superior tools for late game.
Exactly. There is no rush for Matty USA LODIS whatsoever. They can absolutely take their time in this game. They are going to be scaling nicely with the upgraded items, as you said. Zeller is only going to get stronger as more items go into his inventory. At the same time, for Anonymo, Syndra is the only one who scales well. Even Kasper, playing on Varus, decided to go with an on-hit Varus in this game and might have to pay for it right now with an Ignite right onto himself. And Demolis is securing this kill, but the fight still continues. Ooh, Zavi's taking a lot of tower shots in the meantime, but still surviving. PMK is the next one. Flushes away to stay alive.
It's a nice catch once again, but they cannot just continue to be sieging on this very situation. I mean, Orbit Anonymo somehow are trying to defend this position. Einkart is not going to defend himself from this. I mean, he's using the ultimate and he still has flash, so okay, fair. He escaped that, but who will defend the tier 1? That's the question, or better question, who's going to destroy it? Because Lodis has been constantly trying to do so for almost 30 minutes now, and they got it only to half of the health pool.
Well, rather good wave clear from the side of Anonymo. Good enough to make sure that the minion wave from Lodis is never hitting the turret hard enough, because you can see there was an opening when nobody was next to this turret just a little bit earlier, and Lodis could still not siege it because what? No minions! And the wave was really far away from them. So at least this mid lane turret is still standing for Anonymo. As long as it stands, there is a chance to keep fighting.
Alright, Solari, we are reaching the point of Nashor and Drake spawning, maybe not in the same time, but fairly close to each other. So Lodis needs to decide what they want to attack, and Orbit Anonymo needs to decide what they want to defend, or actually what they could think about defending, because I don't know if it's going to be a successful mission, defensive mission for them. Just looking at those items, you know, Zeller needs some gold to be able to finish his third item. Looks like he's just gathering enough to be able to get on this recall. Domoles, level 16, already 3 items for him. So that's 2 really big and dangerous carries.
Oh yes, and Zeller is still getting more money into his pockets. That's exactly what we love to see right now. He is operating in a very small window. He needs to recall right now because 20 seconds and the Baron is going to spawn. Now, Anonymo, luckily, yes, they are pushing the wave away from their base as fast as possible. However, they don't have this luxury of the outer turret in the mid lane anymore. But regardless, they are still moving towards this Baron pit, maybe just to secure the vision, but we will see what is their plan.
Looks like Matty USA LODIS are more focused on the Drake than the Nash itself. I don't feel like it's the best decision to do, because right now they need to face check.
10 seconds before the Drake, but the Baron is going down slowly, but surely TP is coming in from PMK on a beautiful place. Beautiful ultimate from Jinx! And Xavi is already dead, but Demolis stays a kill in the process. Beautiful knock-up! Right there, right then, from PMK, and they continue chasing, yet he's the last one standing, but no more!
An easy one, an easy one. I mean, Einkart was almost dead even before the fight fully started, and Matty USA LODIS, all they could say is thanks for the leash, guys, thanks for some eliminations. We are going to take Nash, Drake and everything, because the Nexus will fall shortly. And just looking at this game, oh my god, a great team fighting from the side of PMK. First the ultimate, then the knockup from his E. That's the pictures we could see all day.
Honestly, this Ornn's positioning was perfect with this ward right next to the pit, teleporting into the enemy's back lane at the moment when it's already too late for them, when they realized it's too late to run anywhere. PMK is having a mighty great game of this Ornn today, and honestly, everybody at Lodis is having a good time. They have the Baron buff, they have the full dragons, they have the Hex deck. So what else Zeller, for example, could have asked for?
Maybe a 4th item, but nah, you don't need it, man. You are too powerful already. Yeah, just sitting at this gold and everything. We are right now looking at the gold of both teams, and hey, even PMK has equaled the amount of gold earned to Yeti. Even
It's
that.
even slightly ahead of him. Yes, everybody at Lodis is feeling mighty great in this game, looking for an opportunity to maybe finish it somewhere soon because they're having a really good siege right now. Anonymo need to defend on 2 lanes at the same time, and it's a hard thing to do even with all the wave clear they possess on their hands.
Wave clear is helpful, but not against the Nashor buff. Okay, they're trying to catch PMK, but he's so tanky, man.
Yeah, I mean, Kaharu is doing a pretty good job with trying to slowly but surely scratch him down, but it's pretty much just scratching because look at that. They focus on the mid lane to shoo PMK away, and bot lane is pretty much dead. The inhibitor is no longer.
So they tried to strike with the left, but they went with the right hook, getting rid of a one inhibitor out of the way, now focusing on the other. Everything is going as planned.
Oh, here comes the engage from PMK. It doesn't really hit anybody, but it doesn't matter because Uden is already dead and they're going on to Yeti. Yeti's the next target. Ironclad standing right in the middle of the solar flare, and it's a double kill for Zeller. Sorry, that Jinx is very excited. Everybody on the side of Matty USA LODIS is excited because it's yet another victory for them. They're gonna finish this week with a 3-3 score, and Anonymo unfortunately will continue their lose streak.
Yep, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. After 30-something minutes and 20-3, because that's the final score in terms of eliminations, this game has ended and Lodis secured the 3rd win of the season, putting themselves in a nice position, somewhere in the middle of the standings, you know, with some time to reconsider, to prepare for the next upcoming week. And Anonymo, you don't have as much time. Even though the season is the same for you as the other teams, you just don't have that much time. You just need to act quickly, possibly the next game.
Yeah, the next game might possibly be the last chance for Anonymo to still be in the fighting position for any spot in the playoffs at all, because with a 1-5 score, their chances are getting significantly out of their reach. With this victory, however, Matty USA LODIS is securing the gap between them and the 2 other teams who are below them, Anonymo, of course, and Iron Wolves, with 2 victories that are separating them right now, which means for Matty USA, yes, the situation is getting comfier, not too high, but not too low at the same time on the scoreboard. But for Anonymo, yeah, it might be a little bit too late for a wake-up call.
Might be. We will see the next week. I mean, the first game is still going to be the first half of the season, and then we are going into the rematches. So it's the best time to reconsider. Are we still fighting? Do we still have what it takes to, you know, take on those big guys? Because, yeah, maybe we can win some games against slightly weaker opponent, but hey, feels like Matty USA LODIS were the slightly weaker opponent than the rest of the stake, and you still managed to lose with what? Getting like 3 eliminations, 1 Drake, and that's basically it. That doesn't look so good for them, and I mean, I would love to have hope. I would love to build a narrative around them coming back, but I don't have anything in my head. I just have questions for the representative of the Matty USA LODIS team.
Yes, and luckily we do have a representative with us. We have PMK, the top laner from Matty USA LODIS, joining us for the interview. Hello and congratulations with yet another victory. Maybe an easier one as compared to some of those, but still a really good one regardless. First of all, tell me please, how are you faring? Because we're almost at the end of the first round of this regular split. How do you think the team feels right now?
Hello, once again. That's first. Again, Oral, and again, I'm here with you. How the team feels? Honestly, it's hard question because I do not really ever wonder about such things. I mean, obviously, feels much better after 2-0 week, right?
Yeah.
Not hard to guess. But overall, I think it's still pretty much the same as it has been for the time till now. Like, we just play the game and we try our best to win as many games as possible. I don't know. It's not like it's getting better or worse in our team. It's like still the same. We are just enjoying the gameplay with each other and trying to do our best.
I don't know, man, if you're enjoying it. You seem kind of shocked after a 2-0 week. Why aren't you not happy? Pretty much everybody was betting against Matty USA LODIS, and you are proving them wrong. Right now, sitting on the free score, pretty much the same as, for example, Gripchocraft, and maybe even back to the game. You should be happy with your overall performance. I would like to ask about your personal performance, because we've seen you on some aggressive champions like Yone, for example, once in the season. But from time to time, every top laner needs to fulfill his own duty. Do you feel like sometimes, yeah, I need to play this champion even though I don't want to do it? I want to play something aggressively, but you agree for the sake of the team, or you are happy to be a part of the team with some different tools, maybe not split pushing and doing damage, but actually engaging and providing control. What are your thoughts about your individual performance on this very champion?
Okay, so if you look at my OPGG, okay, different way. If you looked at my OPGG before the season, right, then you wouldn't see any game of Skarner or anything like that. It's just Ionen, Afiri, Gwen, Kennen, Yasuo, things like that. So I'm not gonna lie, I'm not quite like, it's not the happiest thing for me that I have to fulfill my top laner duty, but at the same time, you know, I come to Ultraliga to win games. So as long as I'm winning the games, I don't care, honestly. And also that's the reason why I started playing those champions in solo queue, just to have more practice, because never before in competitive I had to play so much of this kind of champions. So I'm not gonna lie, I still lack a lot of experience of this kind of gameplay. But I'm happy and glad that it actually works, right? Like in the past, I had issues with that. I was getting a bit mad, and now I do not. So just improving, I guess. What else can I say? And
That's a
if
yeah.
I'm happy, yeah, I'm just happy. I'm winning, so of course I am.
I really love your mindset in that sense, PMK. But I gotta ask you one more question. There was this fascinating moment in this game when you are Ornn on the bot lane and there are 3 enemy members ganking you. First of all, was there ever any chance for them? And second of all, what was going through your head at that moment?
Mm, Nothing unexpected, honestly, because we knew they're gonna come and dive. Because I don't remember. I think we were doing Herald, right? Yeah, we were doing Herald. I don't think they expected this swap, because at first I went to top side and then I realized, hey, wait, actually, Xalar, do you want to go top? And I go bot. We just cross it and you take Herald with turret, right? Yeah, sure, we do that. Then we didn't see the enemies yet, and once I saw Nautilus in bot lane and Varus coming out on lane, we knew they're gonna dive. And I'm like, okay, if I have, I give up, but I don't think they can even dive me. Domoles says, I have TP if you need, if in any case. And then Viego jumps out and Domoles asking, do I TP? And I say like, yeah, we killed them, come. So that's how it looked like in our comms.
That's basically breaking down what happens into the Ornn player's head when you are trying to dive him. PMK, I have one last question, not regarding the game, not regarding this season, not even regarding the first Ultraliga. Are you ready for your first cast into the second division? That's the question.
Yeah, I expected this question. You know, I told you I'm gonna let you know, because the thing is that I'm gonna have a longer weekend. I don't know. I'm thinking about coming back home for the weekend, you know. But at the same time, I kinda don't want to miss this kind of opportunity, because I think and I hope it's gonna be fun. So I would like to come, but I will let you come. Sorry, I will let you know today after I call the rest of the guests and tell them. So probably yes, probably I will come, but not 100% sure. I will let you know.
That's no problem. More opportunities will come for you, I do believe. If not in the split, then maybe on another. And also more opportunities for the interviews at the English cast. I'm wishing you that in the future, because this interview sadly is coming to an end. But every interview ends with the shoutout session. So PMK, you know what to do.
I mean, I had my shoutout session like 2 weeks ago, I think. So I just want to send regards to you, especially, right, for hosting our Ultraliga in English, and all viewers. And I think that's all.
Don't
Wish
forget
all
about
best forever.
Solari. Don't forget about her.
But but
I'm
saying
not
you,
that
I mean
important.
both of you. By saying you, I mean both of you, obviously, right?
Thank you.
What did you think?
Nothing. No, I wasn't thinking. No, not a single thought went through
The
my
word,
mind.
the word doesn't spin around you, or however you say that, you know, in English. I don't know. Nie kręci się wokół ciebie. Halo.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, PMK. Congratulations on this win. Thank you very much for attending this interview, and hopefully the broadcast of the second division. For now, take a rest, sort everything in your life, and be happy about 2-0 week. See you later.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Bye. Take care.
You too. Bye. So that was PMK, the unkillable own from the side of Matty USA LODIS, and that was the third game of today. Going a little bit the way we expected, a little bit not really, which makes you wonder how the last game of the day is going to look like, because this is going to be back to the game versus Iron Wolves. Anything can happen. The impossible can happen. But first, what is going to happen is a short break, and right after that, we will jump into the last game.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
And with huge smiles on our faces, we are heading into the game number 4. Everybody is going to be back to the game against Iron Wolves. It's going to be the team that surprised pretty much everybody on the spring season and keeps surprising us, for example, with the win against Tenacity on the very first day against Iron Wolves, the team that I don't know what to expect. Sometimes they are playing really great League of Legends, and the other times it just feels like a pack of highly skilled friends playing the game, but just not feeling the competitive side of it.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of solo queue vibe, but something is definitely missing there for a professional team. But that is exactly why they're sitting at the very last spot right now with 1-4 situation. We will see if they will still be on the last spot, however, because Obit Norma did lose their match today. If Obit Norma lose theirs as well, both of them are still staying. Nothing changes too much for them except for the slimmer chances that are getting even slimmer, the chances of getting into the playoffs, of course. But honestly, they are going against back to the game today, and I wouldn't expect them to pull out a win against this team because these 3-2 guys, I mean, don't even look at these 2 losses that they've had so far. Their victories have been really convincing ones.
And so we predicted that they are going to win once again. I don't believe we need to dive deeply into the analysis of our choice. For me, it just feels like individually, back to the game players are like top 2, top 3 at each position. Maybe top 4 in some cases. We have to GRP on the top lane and really strong top laners overall. But just looking at Cozy, skill checking pretty much everybody. He could play Sion and allow you to play in lane swap. And he could also just blind pick Camille or Jax and go head to head with you with no problems. Also, I want to just quickly jump to the topic of the AD carries. Salami has been benched for this season. I've heard that it's not like this permanent bench and he's going to sit there for so long. Maybe he will appear at some game at the Ultraliga regular season. And the fun fact is he's like 2 games away from hitting Challenger.
No way. Oh, that's nice. I hope he does it, and then we can all congratulate him because that would be really nice to know. But before that, an even more important milestone, of course, is the game that we are going to have today. We have a tiny delay because we yet again have some technical difficulties on one of the players' sides. So, even more similarities with the previous game, but this time it's going to be much quicker than before the previous game.
Hopefully. I mean, technical issues are something that we cannot really expect and cannot really be prepared for. So how about another segment of stories?
Yes, please.
But you need to start this time because I did a couple of stories, so it's up to you.
I mean, you did a couple of stories mostly about the players from the second division because, well, you know them really well and you're friends with some of them. It's harder for me because I do know some players from the first division, but I haven't really been friends with any. We had a really friendly relationship with Badliga when he was still playing in Ultraliga and he was going to all the events and he was coming to the studio really often. That was nice. But yeah, I gotta say, I'm a little bit too introverted to be making friends with anybody. Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, I do believe that the Ultraliga LAN finals was the first time we saw each other in person, and you just didn't seem like any sort of introverted person, for
Thank
me
you.
at
I
least.
am a professional.
Professional in making friends, it seems.
No, that's not what I meant, but still, thank you. I mean, it was, a professional environment, so I kind of, kept the professional face and everything.
Yep. So that was the first time we've met. Also, the first time
Yeah.
I've met personally DrBrilmann. I was expecting him to be a little bit taller, to be honest.
Really? Why?
I don't know. It just feels like, I saw him on the webcam, and from time to time, the moment that you viewers don't see, and I had an opportunity to see, was your reactions while casting. And most of the times, I do believe he was standing up, and I
Yeah.
saw him like, this part of the body, not his head. So I was like, wow, this guy is pretty tall or
So you
something.
were used for his chest to be on the eye level for you.
Yeah,
That
like
makes sense.
yeah.
It
And
does make sense.
but
Yeah.
he's also a great guy. After the
Yeah.
finals, after the LEC watch party, or somewhere at the ending of the LEC watch party, we had an opportunity to sit down and talk with me and actually a couple of guys from the community, coaches, players, etc. And he was like so cool, so chill. Yes, I can have a photo with you. I can chat about this, chat about this. Please don't talk about league. I'm done with league. We just had a final, but let's
Yeah.
talk about everything else. And he was like so open-minded and cool, and I pretty much liked him at the first glance.
Oh, that you reminded me about the LSE watch party and the parties after that. I have a very short story about Afro Boy because he did come to the LAN finals during the last split, which unfortunately Orbit Anonymo did lose. But the thing is, there were a couple of after parties after that LAN watch party event, and he was asking me if he could join one of them, especially the one I was going to, because he didn't know pretty much anybody, and he still wanted to have some fun because he's a very outgoing person. So I told him, yeah, of course, do join our after party. I told him the address, and he was like, yeah, sure, I will just call an Uber and I will join you. Time passes, a lot of time passes. He doesn't tell us anything, he doesn't arrive. And then I get the most ominous text from him on Discord, which says, I think my taxi driver fell asleep. And I start panicking because I'm like, wait, are you in the car and your taxi driver just fell asleep? Yeah, are you driving like that? What happened? And he doesn't reply to me for the longest time. So I really start panicking. And like he suddenly replies to me, hey, no, it's all right. He just never arrived to me. So I assumed he fell asleep. So I just went home to sleep too. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I mean,
But for that split moment, I was panicking.
I would have called him immediately, or actually call anybody with a car nearby and
Yeah.
just, hey, let's check on this guy, because if I do recon, he's German. So a German guy in a center of a Warsaw, alone, not knowing pretty much anybody from the side
At
of the
night.
community, and
Yeah.
probably knowing like only the address of his hotel or something like that. We need to help this guy.
Yeah, honestly, I probably should have called anybody, but fortunately, it wasn't needed. Everything was fine in the end. He did get safely to the hotel, but yes, it was a little bit nerve-wracking.
I didn't participate in any after party after the event because I came here as a professional stand builder, and after building a stand and staying there for actually I didn't spend much time there. I was just hanging out with you guys at the English broadcast, but after that we needed to dispatch everything, pack everything into our cars and drive to Kielce, which basically sums up to like 20 or so hours being away. being not asleep, being awake, and the drive from Kielce to Warsaw, then work from like 4 a.m. till late hours, and then just coming back. It was painful, but it was rewarding because due to my the professional side of the other job I'm doing, I'm able to attend to amazing events, for example, like Ultraliga LAN finals. I would attend 100% as a viewer, as a guest, but I had this VIP pass because I'm building a stand and and access to the backstage and everything. So
Yeah,
cool.
that's always nice to have a little VIP treatment to yourself, isn't it?
You had a really nice coffee back there in the VIP rooms and
Oh,
the
really?
backstage of
I
I
didn't try,
needed a
unfortunately.
lot of coffee this day. Yeah.
I needed coffee, but I couldn't because I have this problem. Like, my body has a lot of intolerances to different foods, and unfortunately, coffee is one of them. I have like really specific coffee types that I can drink, and if I drink something that doesn't suit my body, the consequences will be not very nice. Let's put it this way. And I didn't want to risk it on my casting day, so unfortunately, I went with 0 caffeine for the whole day. Disgusting. Don't recommend.
So I probably drank enough for both of us to stay
Yeah,
awake.
thank
So
you. That works for me.
so it's fine. Also, by the way, since we are on the topic of the LAN finals, I really liked it, despite the technical issues
Yeah.
that eventually we got rid of, and everything was played pretty smoothly, I shall say. I can't wait for yet another event like this.
Yeah.
I don't know anything if we are going to have the summer LAN event, where and when and anything. I'm just waiting for an announcement. I want the LAN event this summer, and I want Back to the Game to be part of it.
Well, you're asking a lot right now, man. But honestly, with how they're going,
They
it
were
might be a
this close
possibility.
last
I mean,
season,
that's true. They were very close. But let's see how close they are right now, because they still need to at least pass this match before we can talk about them being in the finals. Back to the Game versus Iron Wolves for the dessert of today. Wolves are on the blue side, and there is a -1 ban for Back to the Game because of the delay.
Oh, that's I don't believe that's too problematic, but that still messes up with your draft preparation. And I do know that since Iron Wolves has this famous coach Brack on their side, which basically means not a coach, nobody is coaching them right now. Back to the Game has both Krystaller plus and I forgot his name, but he's a co-assistant. I need to look it up quickly because I am so unprofessional.
The name here at the draft says VOV.
Yeah, VOV and Krystaller, but they also have a third guy, which is, give me a second, Tukshash. Shout out to Tukshash.
Oh, that's a nice name. If you see it written down, chances are if you're not Polish, it's really hard to pronounce it. If you're Polish, it might still be hard to pronounce it.
Yeah. All right, but back into the draft. Everybody
Yes.
did the prep, or at least we think they did. So Iron Wolves are starting with Sejuani. So no hyper carry, no Tristana, no heavy AP jungler, just a regular Sejuani.
I wonder if there is something to be built around her, because you can easily build team compositions around Sejuani, and she is just generally such a safe first pick for the blue side. You're not risking anything, you're not giving away too much by picking her. However, speaking of giving away some things, okay, Back to the Game of starting with Tristana, but this hover of Brand has me seriously worried.
It might be even a lock-in. I mean, a strong source of AD coming from Tristana and strong source of AP, possible solo AP champion will be coming from the side of Brand, as it is locked in for most probably Shasku. We saw one game of Brand in the mid lane. It was played by Ravbin, but it was a special situation, I do believe. I don't think that mid laners usually like this champion, which is Brand.
No, they don't. Lack of mobility, he's just much better as a jungler. It is a safer place for him to scale up and start dealing all this obnoxious damage. So yeah, let's keep him where he belongs at the moment. Keep him away from the mid lane and from the bot lane too. Thank you very much. However, speaking of things that should not be kept away from the bot lane, Jinx, speaking of the hyper carry actually that you really wanted to see from the side of Wolves, here she is locked in for Roof. I would expect right now a support to be locked in as well for Wolves, just to make sure that the Wolf and Ends have this synergy going in as early on as possible. Or maybe not. We have Domas for the mid lane as Talia.
And that's a cool answer into the Tristana, because as
Yeah.
soon as she jumps into you, you can throw her back, you can put some rocks underneath her, you can just basically win this very, very short trade and gain
Yeah.
some distance. So that's a nice answer, into which we are skipping on the support part, but it's back to the game, skipping onto the same. Ash could be both, actually, so I'm not sure.
A little bit of flexing here and there. Ash could be a pretty nice AD carry. Ash could be a really good support. This is also kind of forcing some AD carry bans from Wolves right now, because you would want to ban out Kalista, for example. Otherwise, you're pretty much giving away a really strong bot lane duo to back to the game.
For me, it feels like with Ashe, you are always getting a really strong duo. It really doesn't matter who are going to be pairing her with. Just Ashe. Just Ashe is the main problem of any duo at this side of the map. But back to the game, decides to not be focusing on to supports. They are starting with a Renekton ban, so I'm assuming the second ban will be also moved towards top lane to provide a really, really nice matchup for Cozy, which he would love to have. I mean, Cozy is the guy who basically reserves the right to be on R5, top lane is mine. I really don't care. I want my counter pick. I will carry you guys. Just give me an opportunity.
Yeah, just give me the R5, please. Thank you very much. But that's exactly why you can see the first ban from the Wolves was Camille, one of Cozy's signature picks, one of those he really excels at, and this is a lot of respect that Wolves are showing to this top laner from Back to the Game. Back to the Game, however, are done with paying the respect game. Braum is going to be the ban coming from them, which means a lot of things, but nothing too serious yet. Can be a lot of things they have up their sleeves.
I mean, Braum is great against Ashe, Tristana, and in some cases Brand, because you could block some of the damage. The ultimate is still going to spread, but at least you are going to take the first instance of the damage. Oh my god, I've just experienced one of the most beautiful goals on Euro. Sorry. Very sorry.
Your attention right here. We have Nautilus.
Laser focus on the Nautilus right now.
Yes, exactly. Nautilus. I had a suspicion because, I mean, with Braum ban, this is most likely what you're going for. But I was like, Ashe, maybe she's still a support, but no, Ashe is going to be a full-on AD carry for Lothian in this game, and Nautilus is going to be an excellent support because look at how much all-in potential there already is for Back to the Game.
Yeah, they just needed a little bit of damage, and feels like Nautilus provides everything right now on the top lane. You don't need to be focusing on champions like Sion, Malphite, or anything like that. You could go the Cozy way. You could go with the Duelist.
And that is apparently most often the Cozy way. But Wolves are preparing for whatever is coming their way from Cozy's side. They have actually bent out Xante and Ornn themselves, and they have picked Jace for the top lane for Arnax. So what is going to be Cozy's answer?
Maybe that's the Malphite way anyways. I mean, they are lacking some front lane, and since the enemy team has Jace, Jinx, and Talia, all three champions just, throwing the damage up ahead, somebody needs to take it. Nautilus couldn't stay long, so looks like Malphite's the way.
I gotta say, I have a very personal disdain towards Malphite top lane, especially since Ultraliga historically has always had really poor Malphite top lane performances. I'm not even sure what exactly is the cause, but it's always whenever somebody in Ultraliga looks in Malphite top lane, it's gonna be a disaster later on in the game. I hope this is not the case for Cozy and for Back to the Game, because if played correctly, this combination has an insane all-in into the Wolves comp.
Yeah, just like I said, I mean, Malphite going in, Brand just pressing every button and the mouse forward, just trying to proc every passive possible. On top of that, Tristana and Ashe with pretty long range later on, especially Tristana as she scales with levels. That just sounds great. The main problem is the poke and the range coming from the side of Iron Wolves. Jace, Talia, and Jinx could poke you down a little bit, and you are having only one top laner that is not even that mobile. I mean, yeah, Unstoppable Force is a great tool, but using it defensively basically shuts down like half of your engage.
However, the poking game is a game that can be played by both parties. There is Ashe with a really good poke on her side. Brand can pretty much do the same, but yeah, no, whatever I say, I gotta agree with you. The poke from the side of Wolves is much stronger than Back to the Game. They can drain them out pre-fight if everything is played correctly. That's why for Back to the Game, I don't think they should be relying on poke. With this team comp and with what the enemies are going to be throwing at them, the only reliable solution for Back to the Game is always to be looking for an all-in angle.
That's correct. I mean, you have some opportunities to try and play side lane around Tristana, mostly because you have this crystalline arrow from the side of Ashe that could be always a nice support, even through the entire map, and so on and so forth. You know, you could be playing for some pickups with Nautilus, but no, mostly you will group as 5. You will try to look to utilize the great composition that they drafted, but it's great only if they work as 4, as 5 people in team fight scenarios, in many different scenarios. I mean, Talia could flank you, Jace could play the side, Jinx is really dangerous, and also you have Sejuani plus Leona, if I recall correctly. So once again, great tools to engage. Both teams are filled with great tools to engage, so I'm expecting a lot of team fighting in this game.
I think that's the least that we should be expecting. Like, let's put the bar right there. A lot of team fights is the absolute lowest we accept for this game. If it's anything lower, it's game over. You can go back to watching whoever is playing in your silly little football game, and we all go about our business. But I don't think that is what's gonna happen. What? You're not happy? What's going on?
Silly little game called what? Soccer?
Ew, no. No soccer here, mate. It's only football.
We are talking about league, my dear.
Yes,
And
laser
league
focus.
only. I'm sorry for my outburst for this really beautiful goal, by the way, but I'm sorry for it. Right now,
I know. I'm just
I'm
kidding.
laser focused on this
Yes.
game. I'm waiting for it to start, and I can't wait to be once again cheering for Back to the Game, because it's no surprise that I am the #1 supporter.
I mean, if anybody is surprised, they don't know you well enough, Majutek. That's all I gotta say. I mean, I'm also gonna be cheering for Back to the Game, first of all, because they're a pretty strong team. Second of all, because I did predict them to win today in this match. So, I'm kind of left with no choices here but to predict them. But also, their draft does look like a really strong one. And I feel like Back to the Game is exactly the team that knows when it's right to go with the simplest execution possible for their draft and still execute it perfectly in the game.
I mean, the only one thing that worries me a little bit is that Cozy is not on a carry champion. Yeah, he played Sion, but it was this lane swap scenarios that they've played on the first week. So I don't know how good he really is on this duty of a top laner, where sometimes you need to play Ornn, Sion, and Malphite, for example. He's going to be facing Jace on the top lane. That's going to be a tough matchup. He pretty much knows the matchup, but from the side of the attacker, from the side of Jace. So I don't know if he knows the exact perfect answer to how to survive this situation.
I mean, Malphite is a very simple champion on paper, but this simplicity is what really hides the complicated nature of this champion. Because yes, it's just about pressing the R button, slamming into the enemies and knocking them all up. However, it's about knowing when the moment is right to do so. I mean, with Ashe on your team, it should be relatively easy to have this trigger point, or even with Nautilus without counting that much on the enchanted crystal arrow. But still, if you don't use your ultimate correctly as Malphite, you're pretty much going to ruin the all-in for your team and give a lot of room for Wolves to take you down one after another.
A lot of possibilities to be played, not only on this very lane, but also in many upcoming fights. And we are expecting many upcoming fights, as we mentioned before. The bar is like this low. We are expecting a dozen of fights or something like that. But other than that, I'm expecting Iron Wolves to fight in the early game. Not only they have these scaling tools as Jinx, as Talia into the team fight, Sejuani, blah blah blah, but I'm expecting them to be proactive, to actually walk around the map and look for situations. I mean, both Sejuani and Leona, if they could just pair as a duo and work as, let's put it this way, 2 junglers, then ganking mid lane is basically the easiest job in the world. Just land one CC, just one. It could even be a slow from the side of Sejuani, and the game's over.
Yeah, pretty much, because they can build up the control of each other's control, and that is a devilish chain that is really hard to escape if you've got even one thing from them. On top of that, I would expect some proactivity from Jason the top lane, for example, because he does have the upper hand against Malphite. Malphite can just throw a rock at you from time to time, and it actually does deal a significant chunk of magic damage, but that's all he can do. Jace has much more tools to make the lane insufferable for Cozy. So that's another thing that I want to see from Wolves.
And you could also play with Arcane Comet to maximize the damage output on the lane. I don't believe that Grasp of the Undying or Aftershock would be any better in this matchup.
Yeah.
You're not landing a single auto on the Jace if he just don't
Yeah,
allow
no.
you to do so. So going with this Keystone could be a potential idea. Maybe Unsealed Spellbook from time to time, but it's really hard to make a great use out of it.
Either way, this is going to be a pretty hard lane for Cozy, but he needs to endure because he is not there to win the lane. He is there to be a super useful engage tool for the team later on. Somebody else needs to win their lane. I'm looking at Ashe Nautilus with how much kill pressure they have. I expect them to use it and maybe not necessarily go for those kills, but just to make sure that Jinx is deprived of as much gold as possible. Tristana, for example, you mentioned how Tilly is a good counter pick into her, but still she has this amazing pushing potential that should, in theory, secure the lead for her on this mid lane.
And we could discuss and discuss and discuss, but sadly, we do have the continuation of technical issues coming from the side of Back to the Game. So we are going for 10 minutes break because we don't have just many more stories to tell you. This time we will save them for later. So let's enjoy this short break. Let's think through the both of those compositions, and we will be back within the next 10 minutes.
Stop.
And we are back, but we don't have the best information for everybody because the match, although the draft is completed and the match started, players paused the game because of some issues on one hand. And we went over the first pause, we went over the second pause, and we are still waiting for the final decision.
Yes, just really hoping that everything is going to be resolved soon and it's going to be resolved smoothly. But other than that, if you're in Poland, you might know we were having a really serious storm today. And like in some parts, it was much worse than the others. For example, for me in Warsaw, it was just some nice rain with thunderstorm, and that's it. But in Kielce, for example, Majutek is telling me it was a disaster.
Somebody forgot to close the window on the staircase, and the rain
Ooh.
came in and flooded some part of the staircase,
Yeah.
destroyed the painting, and threw out the plant, and many things happened. I mean, no serious injuries and serious damage done, but for some people, for example, players of this match, it has been even worse, and we are still waiting for everything to calm down, for the electricity or internet
Yeah.
connection or anything that's not working to start working again. But as far as I know, for example, Accorder is living in a small village near Poznań. So in small villages, you have this problem when one line of electricity falls down, then you're doomed.
Yeah. Because it means no electricity for you whatsoever. The same can happen with the internet. So yeah, this is a really tough situation to be in. We even had one of the players, maybe even, yeah, we had a caller actually sending us a video about what is happening outside of his home. And it is a really scary sight, I gotta tell you. You don't want to be caught in the midst of that storm. So I'm quite lucky. Warsaw wasn't really hit all that bad. So yeah, some unfortunately had it much worse.
And I feel like it's the best time to announce the latest news that we have received. So maybe I will do this such part of today. But do I translate this message somehow? So,
Yeah.
according to the section 10.6.5, the match has been postponed after the talks with Iron Wolves and is fitted to be played on the next week as the last match of the day. So, on the next week, we will have 5 matches of Ultraliga. Regarding the matter today, we had only 3.
It's gonna be just like the good old times, 5 matches in a day, beautiful. So on 25th of June, which is gonna be the next Tuesday, we're gonna have 5 matches, and the last match is going to be Iron Wolves playing versus Back to the Game, which means both of them will have to play 2 games in a day, but hey, it's nothing too unusual.
I mean, that's sad that for some reasons that, no player, no coach, anybody could predict or prevent
Yeah, of
from
course.
happening. We are not going to have this match number 4. Pretty important for Back to the Game as they want to, continue their journey upwards in the standings, and also pretty important for Iron Wolves to be able to bounce back from the position they are currently on. But there's nothing to be done from our side, and the administration crew pretty much went with the best solution for the current situation.
Yes, if you want to blame somebody, blame the weather. That's all we can do, unfortunately. But for now, I guess this is going to be the end of the day for us, Majutek.
Yeah, I do believe so. Just quickly checking the channel, so no additional informations to that. The match will be postponed, but it will be played. We will be having the same amount of league games as intended, just a little bit later, a little bit into the future. So for today, I do believe that's everything. Thank you everybody who attended this broadcast. Thank you very much from my side. I'm Rafał Majutek Szczepanek and my fellow colleague.
Alisia Solari Linnik.
Thank you very much, and see you the next week at yet another episode of Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga. You just need to be there.
like that was my best intro
Get into
ever.
it, yeah.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad.
Just
Saying,
content.
I can get bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.